Peace, y'all. What's going on? My name is Brother Legend. Welcome to the live. If you're joining us on YouTube, I go live almost every day. Tap the top right notification bell on my TikTok profile to know when we're going live. BIGBROLGND. That's my TikTok. You can also find me on Twitter, BIGBROLGND. Peace and Pan Africanism, y'all. What up? Happy third day of Kwanzaa. What's going on? I haven't been up here uh, this week as much because it's Kwanzaa, y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's Kwanzaa, so I've been celebrating with family. You know what I'm saying? I've been pouring libations. You know what I'm saying? Ujima. You know what that is? That's the third day of Kwanzaa. We had Umoja, we had Kuji Chagulia, and today we have Ujima. Happy Kwanzaa. What up, Molly? Appreciate the love always coming through. Um, I've had quite a Kwanzaa celebration. This one goes down in the books. Celebrating with my wife, celebrating with my family, celebrating with the community off the app as well as on the app. Man, got mad love for y'all. Never underestimate the power of social media. Never underestimate the power of the ancestors, and better not underestimate the power of our unity. I hope y'all been pouring libations, man. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of y'all got Christmas presents. Y'all was unwrapping a few days ago. It's okay. It's okay. It takes some time to re-Africanize. It takes some time. I know. It takes some time. Peace, sister. What up? It takes some time. I'm letting y'all know today's the third day of Kwanzaa. Ujima. We've already had Umoja. We've already had Kuji Chakulia. Today we have Ujima. Collective work and responsibility. That's what that is. Collective work and responsibility. The first one is unity. The second one is self-determination. The third one is collective work and responsibility. That's what we're celebrating today. But we could talk about it. What happened to it, Doricetta? What happened to it? Where'd it go? What happened to it? What made it change? I might have to change. Cause is the top one cut off? Y'all let me know. Is the top one cut off? Oh yeah, I got Halle Berry here. You know, she said her man calls her the N word. You know, even though she paid child support. Then we got Lupita and the man that ruined the movie Queen and Slim. And then we got Mr. You know him. My goodness, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, y'all don't know about Lupita, or y'all surprised about Halle? Halle makes the most sense on this whole. Like, if you had told me like a year ago what's going on today with Lupita and him would be going on, I wouldn't believe you. Like maybe like actually, I don't know, Lupita after the De Beers commercial, but I wouldn't have thought she made this move. You know what I'm saying? I would have thought she made other little, you know what I'm saying? I would have thought she did other things, but this move is quite radical. Right, exactly. Someone said Hallie's a product of that. Right. So they tend to want that proximity. So, you know, that's a thing. But let's talk about it. Come on up and talk. We got some questions up here. I'm going to give out grades. Is it problematic? Is it a preference or a fetish? Can non-black people be pro-black? Can our cultures coexist? What's going on, D?
Everyone can be pro-black. I need you to understand that. I'm a white woman with a black man and I support all black endeavors. Trying to get my people to come over here. We were like, let's go. We're going to Brother Legends Love.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we here. I'm back up.
Well, I
Back
just got
home.
kicked and I just got my account back.
Oh wow. That's
They
because you don't know
removed
how
me
to
for
wash
like
your
10
mouth.
minutes.
10 minutes. I can't. They should have knew better. Dr. Umar was great, man. Everybody, I've been spending. I spent last night celebrating Kwanzaa with some of the people in the community. Dr. Umar came and gave a speech. That was a lecture rather. That was pretty interesting. He had a lot to say. We, took pictures and stuff like that.
Your wife is so freaking small if that was her in that picture. She's so tiny and cute.
I know she's small. I don't know. I don't know why she's so vertically challenged, but she forgot her heels. It's just funny because you say that 'cause I didn't know Umar was so tall. To be honest, I thought he was gonna be
6 foot.
shorter than me. He
How
what?
tall? He's like 6
Yeah,
foot something.
Nah, he ain't
yeah,
6'7".
I'm 6.
No, I said 6 foot
No,
something.
Oh yeah.
yeah,
What'd you say, Timothy?
I'm 6'2". I was saying that I'm 6'2", and when
Oh,
I
okay.
first met him, I had to look up at him. I'm like, you tall. Okay, all
Damn.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I thought I don't know why, but I thought he was shorter. But nah, yeah. So the two of us,
Whatever you want to say.
the two of us, took a picture with my wife in the middle, and she 5 feet tall. So she just looked like a little chocolate drop. That's my baby.
We saw that picture. She's so cute. Tia was like, "Is that his wife?" And she said, "Is that Miss Legend?"
Yeah, she usually got her heels on. She didn't have her heels on. Well, it was her idea to go. I didn't even want to go really. I was telling y'all that on the way. She was trying, and then we went and we actually had a good time. It would have, to be honest, it was a great time.
That's what I'm talking about.
We poured libations for the ancestors. There was poetry. I'm not religious, but the church was definitely on code for as far as you can be on code um in a church environment. Um they was they were on some if y'all know you know who Ishaka Musa Barashango is. They were those kind of Christians. Look up Ishaka Musa Barashango.
Got
Yeah, that he got up there and said the Bible is a Black history book. You know what I'm saying? They was on that. They was on that. Yeah, it was one of those vibes. Cause I'm like, how is Dr. Umar coming to a church to talk? And it made sense after we got there. So I was like, okay, I might even come back. But yeah, not on every Sunday type timing. But I don't know. Maybe it was a nice time out. Doing that, learning some things, learned a lot, learned some things.
All right, you ready?
I
I'm
just
ready.
like the way that you spoke about your wife and the way that you blushed talking about your baby.
Yeah,
I love
yeah.
the way that Black men love Black women.
This
I
child is
love it
great.
too. Yeah, it was a great like date night, but it's a great experience to have your significant other want to go see Dr. Umar.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what I'm saying? And then you get there, and he's speaking love to all the Black women in the audience, speaking love to all the queens, and you sit next to your queen, and she got her natural hair, and you know what I'm saying? Like she brought you there, as opposed to me being one of those hotep dudes that my wife is really, listening to like Nicki Minaj and she's not on this vibe, but I'm the only one on, I'm trying to get her to be more conscious. Like, nah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like that was fire, man. I told her, I said that was like a good date night. Be honest.
You keep on smiling too. Every time you talk about your baby. Ooh, your cheeks
Yeah.
get
Lala being
puffy.
petty.
No, I'm not being petty like that. That is beautiful. For real.
Yeah.
Putting that man on the spot.
That man,
Yeah.
he love his girl.
Baby. Look, he's a
No, she right. She in line. I told her. I said that's why that's like, that's why I be coming up here doing what I do. Because I'm able to love myself through her. I'm able to love my community. The same way.
I
I
can't
see
wait
I
for
see a
y'all to have
reflection of my wife and all my sisters. I see a reflection of my mother. So
That's what's up.
Ooh, I can't
yeah.
wait for y'all to have kids.
Lala over there fantasizing or something. She's gonna wait y'all have kids.
Invite me to the baby shower. I'll make the baby. I will make the
you can't
pool.
come.
Why I can't come? I'm gonna
Cause
make
you
the
gonna F it
pool.
up.
No, I'm not. No, actually, I've really done calmed down a lot.
Did
For
she just
real,
really
for real.
say she just calmed down?
Lala gonna
I
fight
really have.
somebody. I know
That's
it.
what I think.
No, don't get me wrong. I still will, tap somebody in the forehead. But
Wow.
since the passing of my auntie, and I promised
Sorry to
her,
hear that.
she asked me. She was like, I almost said my real name, but she was like, Lala, I'm gonna need you to calm down because you didn't, you da 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 da. And I was like, I was like, okay, I hear you. I'm listening.
Let me do this
I
real quick,
really do
Lala.
have to calm down. And
All right, y'all. We got
oh,
to
I'm gonna
start the live.
restart.
It's
I'm
my
letting
people
you
bad.
coming up
reset
here.
real quick, and then we're gonna get this going. Hold on. But I'm sorry to hear that. So I ran up on this one dude. I was about to punch him, and you know what happened? Holy Spirit, activate, activate, activate. Holy Spirit, activate, activate, activate. Hello, 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 and welcome. You guys, you are in Brother Legends Live. You guys, you are in Brother Legends Live. I need you guys to tap that screen. Tap, tap, tap. Power tap that screen. Tap the screen like you were tapping that ass last night. I need you to tap in and tap up right now. Make sure you share the live with your friends, your frenemies, include your damn enemies, but share the live and engage. But most importantly, make sure you subscribe here at Brother Legends Live and also on YouTube, Brother Legends Live. But first and foremost, we need you to join b1initiative.org on the Discord. Hey, you guys, we have a goal today, and I need Brother Legend to put it. Oh, it's right up there. You guys see that Cash App? Brother Legend needs to raise $1,000, and we need it ASAP. This is all business, no business. So go ahead and send in $2 or $3. It won't hurt. Make the donation so that we can build black. At the end of the day, I'm tapping out.
Appreciate you, D. Thank you very much. Hey, y'all, we really building. If you want to donate to b1initiative.org, we're putting together something that's going to benefit the whole community. And I feel free to also join the Discord, link in my bio, b1initiative.org. All right. Lala and Timothy, y'all come up here a lot. I'm going to go to the new guests and I'm going to come back to y'all. Taino, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Hey, what's up, brother? I am 31. I am black, and I go by he and she.
All right. Talk to us.
Yeah, man. Look, I'm reading what you have up there, and I am right now dating a white girl, and I haven't had a single issue with their families or with her, and I honestly
You ended racism?
what was that?
I said you ended racism?
Am I into racism? No, I'm
No,
not.
I'm saying, did you end it? Is it over now? Are we
No,
free?
it's not over, but we're
Oh,
on the way there. You know what I mean?
because of you?
Not because of me, obviously, but
Okay.
interracial couples are in the rise, and I'm not saying that interracial couples are going to end racism, but I think it's a step in the right direction. You know what I mean? Like back in the day, you were not able to do that. You will be lynched, you will be killed, and I think
Oh, please don't say those words again.
Oh,
We're
so
on TikTok.
bad. I keep
Yeah.
forgetting. I keep forgetting. Yeah.
All right, so go ahead, answer the questions for us up above.
All right. So the first question, I do not think it is harmful to the black community. because of the reason I discussed already. Like I said, I think because interracial couples are in the rise, I think it's a benefit because it allows for, both sides. At least in my perspective, I've learned a lot of things when it comes to the white culture, and it's just in general, interracial couples are just often overlooked and misunderstood in the United States and in other countries.
Okay. When you say you black, do you mean you're like mixed in black or?
No, I'm black, Latino. I'm Dominican and black.
Okay. And so, um, how in the world did you get to it being a benefit to the black community? Like, what benefit has interracial uh, relationships been to the black community?
Well, I don't know about the past, but I think having a diverse cultural background helps.
We don't have a diverse cultural background.
If you're only dating the same race, you're not gonna have a diverse
Do you speak
cultural
Spanish?
background. I do.
Are you a black man?
Yeah.
I'm a black man. I speak English. We're having a multicultural conversation as we speak in the same race.
Fair point. Fair point. But are you saying, let's say, a white person that only speaks English dating another white person that only speaks English? There's no.
No. I'm not saying that just because A is true that B is false. What I'm saying is we don't need to go outside of our community to be diverse and multicultural. We're the most diverse people on the planet.
Okay, I can give you that one. So you think it's terrible to the black community to date somebody else other than a black person?
To be honest, I'm here to challenge everyone to think critically more than just spew out my opinion. But I definitely don't see a way to count the benefits. I think it's going to always be a negative. To be honest, it has been a negative. I think that's been proven. Anybody that comes up, appreciate the gifts. Anybody that comes up and says the opposite, I'm going to have to challenge your beliefs. This is the kind of live where, we can have a discussion as long as everyone's respectful, but
Right.
you gotta be able to back it up.
Can you give me an example of a negative, something negative about dating a white person?
Well, the way that it operates, specifically in situations like here, this man lost his career and also is looking at being sent to jail for an entire year after being assaulted and running like Jesse Owens to get away from this woman.
Right.
He still was shown that she was only able to disarm him from thinking about race and getting him to think that, because he's a man, he's got some sort of privilege over her, which he doesn't. And that was evident. What I'm saying is, as far as finances, marriage is more than just I feel good, you feel good, we're all good. As far as culture, marriage is not just, my culture, which has been oppressed by your culture, can just both exist in the same place peacefully and everything will be okay. Like, that's not like I there's so many ways that it's not able to work under the current system of racism that still thrives and permeates the entire world. Like, we are still currently being oppressed as black people. Do you disagree?
No, I agree with you 100%.
Okay. So as long as we're still being oppressed, there is still an oppressor, right? If as black people we are being oppressed currently, then why are we so quick in the midst of our oppression to turn to those who haven't worked or sought to better our condition and turning to them for love? After years and years of them non-consensually loving our ancestors, how do we get to a point where we're turning to them for the answer to love? That's wild. They haven't done anything to improve our conditions. In fact, there's more brothers locked up in prison today than there were enslaved brothers back during the institution of slavery. So that being the case, there's poverty in our neighborhoods, disenfranchisement. A black woman is up to 6 times more likely to be unalived, giving birth to one of our children. Like black men are the least employed, the most incarcerated, and the least likely to make it past 65. We like all of this is going on, and we're turning to the people that benefit from this system of oppression worldwide and saying, I love you. You would call this, if I took a woman and chained her up in my bathroom and did not feed her and sat her on a dirty, nasty bathroom floor and did nothing for her, didn't fix her environment, didn't give her any food, didn't give her any water, did nothing for her, but told her,
just listen.
I made it legal for you to love me now.
Oh, just listen. Talking about interracial marriage.
Please go on mute. It's not your turn.
Yeah, please don't do that, man. Come on, man. So if I have a woman that's handcuffed in my bathroom and I do nothing to improve her environment or her condition, and then tell her that I love her, and she says, I love you back, you would say that woman has Stockholm syndrome.
Right.
So how is it not Stockholm syndrome?
Well, essentially, here's what I heard. You want me to blame my white girlfriend for something that she hasn't personally done,
but she personally benefits from.
She personally benefits from.
And then honestly,
but now by
that's
choice.
the other thing. That's the other thing. You're talking about blame. Fault and responsibility are two different things. First of all, you went straight to me blaming your wife and then telling me that I'm telling you to blame your wife. We're talking about systems. We're talking about groups of people. You zoomed into the individual and said, no, but I love her and she didn't do anything. She's nice. She benefits from a system that oppressed your people to this day. To this day, right now, if she bangs her head up against a wall and calls the police and you say I didn't do anything, which one do you think the cops are going to listen to?
Whoever made the call first, her.
He made the call first. He's going to jail for a year. So, I have proof behind you. That is
right.
cap.
That's his personal.
Nah, that's cap, bro. That's not how it works, bro. What you just showed was a lack of sense of danger. And that was really ridiculous. The proof is right behind you. This man called the police and ran like Jesse Owens, and he still is going to jail. He still was charged. And then he's not the only one, bro. And if you're a real black man that knows black people, you know black men don't get that treatment from the police. I called her first. I've had that personally in my life. I've dealt with that. So I've dealt with that in my personal life. I know brothers that have been through similar situations with one with a Hispanic woman, one with a white woman. And I know this situation right here is not an outlier, bro. This happens.
It happens.
Look someone else in the comments. I did for a show. Like, this happens, bro.
It happens. I understand it happens.
Right. So it's obtuse for you to say that you would call the police and they're going to listen to you because you called them first.
Do you still
in my personal experience, they will listen to me first.
Do you still live in the Dominican Republic, or where are you at?
No, I live in the Bronx now.
Oh, so you're in New York. So yeah. you really gonna get shaken at. You funny.
Stop playing with me, bro. Stop playing. You must be light black. I don't know no black man that is confident that when the police arrive in New York, bro, I'm from Jersey, bro. You cannot bullshit a bullshitter.
I'm not.
Don't play with me, bro. Don't play with me, bro. Don't play with me, bro. Don't play with me. The police come in New York. You know they don't give a damn, bro. Like, stop playing, bro.
Nah, they will listen to me, and I know.
Nah, you capping, bro. Stop honestly, you're gonna be obtuse the whole time because there's no way to prove,
bro.
Other than the proof behind me, but you're gonna keep being obtuse.
Please let him experience it.
I don't even want to go here no more because
you'll know in a little bit. Time tells everything, and I always find it interesting when people try to act like they're the exception to the rule. So, especially with black men, I don't know how obtuse you have to be in this world or in this country, but you're gonna find out because you walking in a world of delusion. Like you really think you're the exception to what has been happening to black men for centuries. That literally just happened last month when a black man was dating a white woman, and the 5 officers arrested him and his friend, beat them. They raped them with items, objects up their butt, and then also pew pew one of them in their face.
All right,
So
so
that
listen,
happened last month.
I'm in a law enforcement agency, right? I have a badge.
Oh, okay. So you one of them.
If I
You
call
you
and
one of
I
them. All
say,
right, cool.
that's what I'm saying. My personal experience in my personal life that
Worse,
we
brother.
listen.
Does he know? Does he understand what the statistics look like for a police officer when it comes to domestic violence? Boy, you don't get it. And I love that you said you're a police officer. That does not. There are literally a police officer. What was that? 2 years ago, black man police officer. They pulled him over, threw him on the ground, physically assaulted him, and he was telling them he was a police officer the whole time as he's getting
happens.
abused. Like,
It
what are you
happens for
talking
sure.
about? That
For
does not
sure.
absolve you of being black.
If you're a police
What I'm
officer in New
saying
York,
is
you
if I
know they're
call in
racist. Don't
first,
play with me.
if
Don't
I
sit
call
here and
in
lie to
first,
me.
that there's no way. Like I will literally get this suspended if they don't listen to what I say.
Okay, so once again though, even if you believe that, right? What you're saying is disingenuous as hell because you know most brothers are not police officers. So even if that is true, you know that we're not just talking about you up here, right? And
Right.
even if that is true, if that white tea woman still say you touch her, you still gonna get looked at crazy. But even if that is true, you are not doing anything helpful for the community by being a police officer and being married to a thin-lipped woman. So you're double harming the community and swimming in mud and telling us it's clean.
You think so? So you think a black person responding to a call
He's
of
living
another
the
black
American
person,
dream.
it's a dangerous? It's worse
Did that
than
black person make up the laws? Did that black person make up the laws and the
No, I get
procedures
it.
for the
But
police
you think
department?
that's worse? You think that's worse than a white guy responding to it?
Did the black person make up the laws that they're enforcing? Were the laws that they're enforcing built to protect black people?
Most likely not. But I'm asking you a question.
All right, so then no.
Isn't it worse for a white guy to respond?
No.
Okay. All right.
Your
I
mom
disagree.
Tell that to
Daddy.
Tyree Nichols.
Is Leisha in here? Where's one of the mods? Because Ash Babbitt needs to get blocked. I'm tired of this weirdo.
Okay. All right. Yo, Francesca, you the mod now. But yeah, ask that to Tyree Nichols. It was black police officers with him too.
I have a question.
All right. We're gonna come to you next. Taino, thanks for your time. I'm gonna go to the next guest.
No problem, man. Be safe out there.
All right, I am.
Watch your back.
Camden, give us your age, race, and pronouns.
I'm 27. I go by he, and that's my pronouns.
That's one question. Age and race, please.
I'm black. My mother's black. My father's black.
And are you your age?
I said I'm 27.
Oh, okay, cool. Talk to us.
Yes, I have a question. What do you say to a black woman when she says people don't like her because she's dark skinned, black men don't like her because she's dark skinned, and what do you say to her?
I say that
No,
black people don't.
who should she date if black men not accepting her because of her skin tone?
I love dark women. What are you talking about?
You said black women complain about colorism on this app every day.
Who said it?
That's not true.
I think that anyone can make a complaint. Doesn't mean it's the reality. That just because you're in a particular area or something that you experience, it doesn't mean it's the blanket of all the black community. There are plenty of black men that pursue black women, particularly darker skinned black women. So you're trying to figure out if it goes one way. It goes both ways.
No, I'm just saying, what do you say to a person?
I say find a black man that loves black women, because at the end of the day, running to your oppressor is not any more safe than it is to choose someone else. y'all for some reason think if y'all go outside y'all race, y'all are more safe. For a black woman, she has no safe place besides a black man, because even if she runs to a YT man, go look at the numbers when it comes to domestic violence and P3. Go do that research before y'all keep thinking that it goes, oh, the black woman gets different advice. The black woman gets the same advice you gonna get.
But the research say a black man kill a black woman every 3
All right,
seconds.
you gotta go. You can't be saying that K word now.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
All right, don't. All right, well, no, you gotta talk like you on Barney and Friends, bro. You on TikTok? Y'all trying to get me kicked down today? Like, please be mindful. If anybody come up here, anybody that wants to come up here, please do not say the K word. Please do not say the M word. And everybody in the comments, could you please put F1 in the comments? Please don't be saying stuff like that, man. All right. First of all, I'm not about. I honestly don't want to hear anything else you have to say. You're speaking in bad faith about the black community. It's really annoying. That well, hold on. Let me address you now. You wanted to talk. I let you talk. Now it's time to like speak back because you're battling a internalized little mayonnaise man inside of you.
How?
And so I'm about to explain to you how.
My wife is black.
I'm about to explain to you how.
Dark
I
skin.
didn't say your
My
wife wasn't
daughter
black.
is
My
black.
wife is black. You just said if you want to
Have-
play the my
have
wife
you-
thing.
Have you
bro,
ever dated a white woman before?
let me finish, bro? You're not letting me talk, and you're asking more
dated a white
questions.
woman before.
Stop. See, this one.
I guarantee you dated a white. I never dated a white woman ever.
Are you finished or are you done?
Okay, never. Can you say the same?
Are you finished or are you done?
All right.
That's weird as hell to bring your ass up here and center black women, especially dark-skinned black women, and then go out of your way to sit
Dark-skinned
there
black
and
women
ask.
say it all
They
the
have
time
just
on
as
this
much
app.
opportunity as long as they stay away from idiots like you.
How? My wife is black.
That don't mean nothing. You still a raccoon. All right. Anyway, all right. So let me tell y'all something. Appreciate y'all for the pause. First of all, let me show some love, man. Peace. This is peace. This is how the ancestors did it. Peace sign together, and the fist for the power. Peace and power, man. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for sending the Panther Paws up to get the guests out of here. All right. So to answer his question, to black men that say anything like that, even if you're not a dark-skinned sister, to black men that say things like that about dark-skinned sisters, brothers, or anyone else, get the hell away from them. The same way he had to go, get them away. No, get them all away. You don't need to be nowhere near them. My sisters, your safety is at risk around somebody that thinks like that. That's it. The way he was talking just now. Like, no, no. To say that black men don't like dark-skinned sisters is there are black men that feel that way. There are men that are black that feel that way. However, there are those same men probably feel that way about themselves, and they project it onto sisters. And that's something that is inherent to a society and being brought up in a society that has taught you to hate yourself. That's how that works. So the more we understand that, the more we understand it is not black men that don't like dark-skinned sisters. It is black men that don't like their own dark skin and project that onto sisters. And so because they have that internalized anti-blackness, we need to keep our dark-skinned sisters away from them and send them to somebody that has knowledge of self and love themselves, man. Shout out to the brothers that have knowledge of self and love themselves and will support a dark-skinned sister, keep her protected. So, you know what I'm saying? And I'ma just keep it pushing because I'm a brother with a dark-skinned wife, and he just said I don't love my wife, and I think that's cap. That's big cap. Us brothers love a dark-skinned sister, and I've been around many other brothers. Let me tell you, when she walked past, you know what I'm saying? We looking at y'all. Don't ever sleep. It's just certain brothers, they got that problem. You know what I'm saying? They got that marshmallow man on the inside. Appreciate the gifts. Thanks for supporting the live goal. Appreciate y'all. All right. And I'm gonna go to the next guest. I think it's R2 Facts. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Age 54, race black. I'm mixed, but I'm black.
All right.
Pronouns. I'm just me. He.
Okay. Talk to us.
I'm all for love who you want to love, but I just, me personally, I just can't date a white woman. I'm married now, but I just couldn't do it. I just never felt comfortable. Um, I just never felt like it was honoring my culture. I just felt it was disrespectful to not just the ancestors, but I just didn't feel it was right my sisters. I just didn't feel it was right. So I just couldn't do it personally. But
Mm-hmm.
yes, when I was married to a sister, it was we had our issues, of course, um, and you just live and learn. So ask me a specific question. I think I might could answer that though.
All right, yeah, to answer the questions up above. Go ahead, give us your yes or no's. The first one is, are interracial relationships harmful to the black community?
I don't think so. It depends on which one. Can non-black people be pro-black? Ooh, that's a tough one too, because I remember Malcolm X was like, "You can't help me," but then regretted saying that. It depends on what capacity they want to be at. Can black people and white people culture peacefully coexist? Um, it's a good idea. Can they coexist? I don't think so, because we haven't so far. It'd be a lot for that to happen. I think for
Then
that
how
to
you
happen,
gonna say that the last one can't happen because it hasn't happened so far? But then also say non-black people can be pro-black, even though that
because
hasn't happened
it
so
hasn't
far.
happened yet.
That hasn't happened so far either. So you know what I'm saying? How you gonna use that justification for the last
Which one?
one,
Number two?
but not for the last question? Says, can black and white culture peacefully coexist? You said yes. Oh no, what you said? You said no because it hasn't happened yet. But then you said non-black people can be pro-black, even though that hasn't happened yet. And then you also said that interracial relationships aren't harmful to the black community, even though I would challenge that a non-harmful interracial relationship hasn't happened yet.
I give us the rush to be wrong.
You would challenge which one?
I'm baffled by your logic there. That's all I'm saying. Your ontology is flawed.
No, I appreciate that. I don't know. I just beg to differ because I've seen different aspects.
Show me one non-black pro-black person, please. Let me know.
Can or not one specific person or a group?
You know a non-black
What?
pro-black group? Please enlighten me.
Okay. I can't think of her name. I'm blank right now. But when Malcolm X was shot, there was a Japanese woman who was by his side. It didn't negate that she was Japanese. She was still pro whatever he was speaking for. So she was for the black community. She stood up for that. That everybody wants to seem to pick and choose and forget about certain things. When Black Lives Matter came, there were a lot of Asians who were talking about, backing that too. There were a lot of Asians who actually stood up. There were a lot of minorities who stood up for that. So that's what I'm saying.
All right. I know what's going on now. Okay. All right. Because we've set the bar this low. That's the problem. Okay. So let me try to raise your bar, brother. Anti-racism and pro-black is not the same thing. You know that, right? You know what anti-racism is? Anti-racism
I know what that is
means that you work to dismantle racism as a system. You work to dismantle the system of oppression that is racism, right? So that's what anti-racism is. It means, not participating in racism. All right. So working against it. You know what I'm saying? Like not even just not participating, but just working against it. So doing that does not make someone pro-black.
Okay.
Pro-blackness means prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building within the black community.
So you
standing by Malcolm X's side while he's slowly bleeding out, which I never saw that picture. But if you want to say it happened, let's say it happened, right? That is not something pro-black. Just because She feels bad about Malcolm X. Don't mean she love your community enough to prioritize over her self-interest and the best interest of the community she comes from to build within our community. That's a stretch, bro. Appreciate y'all.
You don't think it could happen though? You don't think it could happen?
No,
I just don't think the questions are all absolute. I don't think the questions are absolute. I think some of them, I wouldn't say the questions are flawed, but I just still think there's some.
I mean, I don't think a question can be flawed. I think that's
Your
a little bit
No,
interpretation.
no,
self-righteous.
no. I'm not saying it's flawed. I'm just saying that there's no absolute. There's no
Sir,
yes or no.
The way
Go
that
ahead.
they're worded it is absolute for, except it depends. The only variance is subjective to the ontology or logic that you bring to the question. So that's why I ask, like, why in like other things, ask other questions so we can get a readout of where you at on the scale.
brother,
Right now, I would say you're hitting at about an F.
the
It could be
delusion.
an F minus, but we had an F.
Watch where the
Okay.
delusion comes from. Sir, are you married to a black woman now?
No, I'm not.
Are you dating a black woman now?
No, I'm married.
What's her race?
Malaysian.
There you go.
Lord have mercy. We got another Dave Chappelle.
Okay.
All right.
How so?
So why is it when y'all date outside y'all race, y'all think that all of a sudden, because that person loves and cares about you, they care about your entire community, or how black people are affected by things that displace the whole group or collective?
I still can't say absolute like y'all because you have to understand that everybody's different.
Now
Sir,
you can't be absolute because you got to protect who you got at home.
yep.
You got to defend that, and that's the problem. That's why it's harmful to the community, because it works to disarm and compromise our men from thinking about their community. It makes you
Interesting.
have to compromise.
Okay. I find this very fascinating. I really do.
It's a topic that's been researched, studied, written about by
He finds
doctors
it
and
fascinating.
psychologists.
No, I still find it fascinating because I find it interesting because the question that you all asked me was your name, race, pronouns, and age.
Right.
Not once did you ask educational background. You're more concerned about who I'm married to
Well, the
than
educational background
the
doesn't
struggle.
matter because you've shown to be a fool.
Okay, I appreciate that too, and still you don't even know what the purpose that I have in life. You still don't even know that.
Sir, it don't got nothing to do with black people.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for helping me reach the gift goal,
It
y'all.
has
Appreciate
nothing to
y'all.
do with black people. The foundation of your time, the majority of your time, energy, and money goes to some other race, some other group.
No, not at all.
What
Do
is
you
the
have a weave on, my sister? Do you have a weave? Are you wearing a weave?
sir, I have a weave. I'm natural. I have braids. My hair changes 1,000 different ways. Go look at my profile.
Exactly.
All
And
right,
that's
hold
your
on,
prerogative,
D.
and
Hold on,
that's
D.
your prerogative.
Hold
It
on,
sure
D.
is.
I know you didn't just ask a sister about her hair, knowing
Why
that
not?
your wife. You need to stop. You know, you went too far right there, bringing up a black woman's hair.
Well, you can't shame me in my hair because I love my hair. I'm natural. Y'all do 1,000 different things to my
by
hair.
asking a question.
But I
Okay.
Nah, that
love
was
that he asked,
disrespectful.
brother, because that shows his level of intelligence. You see, a black woman uniquely, her hair grows to the sun. She can do 1,000 different things. You're more worried
Okay.
about my hair than what's in my head. And you're
I
more worried
just
about being over there
asked
and
a
oppressing a whole
question.
nother group of people and being over there sucking ASS with a whole nother race of people than you are actually building in your community. So while you're worried about what's on my head, you should worry about what they're doing to your people and what ass you over there kissing and where that wealth is gonna be left to. I hope you don't got kids with that black woman.
I don't know about ASS. He said his wife was ASSIAN. Hey, thank you, Stella. Appreciate you for the Panther pause, and I think SB came through definitely. Thank y'all for helping me reach the gift goal as well. We're gonna keep it moving. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter. I'll be going in on Twitter, man. Y'all gotta follow the Twitter. I got my YouTube as well. I'm expanding off of this platform, just because, you know, Trying to be a little bit more multifaceted. So BIGBROLGND. So it's Big Bro LGND on all platforms. You can find me. And don't forget to donate to Bring Down Babylon. That's our nonprofit. B1initiative.org if you want to join our Discord. Hey, appreciate you, Stella. Okay, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy European New Year, but it's still the new year. Our New Year started in the spring before the Europeans. But it is Happy New Year and Happy Kwanzaa to all the brothers and sisters. Happy Kwanzaa. Today's theme is Ujima, collective work and responsibility. Yesterday was Kuji Chakulia, that is self-determination, and before that we had Unity Umoja. All right, going to the next guest. Tisha, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Yeah, I'm well over 35. I'm a female, born female, and I'm both my parents are black, and I'm bronze colored, almost, bronze but color. But here's the thing. I heard you guys say something. You were talking about dark skin. That's why someone had made something comment about dark skinned women, and that's what I was coming up for. So that's really past now. So it would be a waste of time for me to be up here. I'm going to give it over to somebody else.
Okay.
To answer your questions, to answer the questions quickly, though, yes, our interracial relationships are harmful to the black community. I would say the people that I've met, I would say absolutely, and I'm just being honest. That's just my personal experience. Is racial preference a fetish? Absolutely. Can non-black people be pro-black? This is a weird one to answer. I won't say weird, but I have an uncle. His name is John Barber, Barber. He worked directly with Dr. King, and you all can go out there and Google Dr. King, CIA, John Barber. He was an attorney. They slaughtered him in the streets, but there was another guy, I forgot his name. He was a Caucasian guy, and he also worked with Dr. King, and they were all friends. And so that guy was Caucasian. And he was definitely pro-black. I just cannot think of his name right now.
Ain't no such thing as a Caucasian pro-black person. Those people sound anti-racist if they were working with Dr. King.
Okay, well, yeah, I know he worked with him, and he was very helpful. So
anti-racist. Dr. King's work was primarily anti-racist until the end, when he came back from Africa and was starting to talk a little bit more like Marcus Garvey.
Okay, so what do you mean by pro-black?
All right, anti-racism is dismantling racism as a system of oppression, working to actually take apart the system. And pro-blackness is prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building within the black community.
Okay, that's what your definition. Okay. And then, can black and white culture peacefully coexist? Well, has that happened thus far in the past 400 years? So that question answers itself. My only concern is when they started talking about dark-skinned women. I have a niece that's very dark-skinned, and I had a friend that was a couple friends that was really dark-skinned, but they were beautiful women. Both of them, one of them is deceased. My niece has hair down her back. She's educated, intelligent, thin, been approached to be a model multiple times. She's very dark-skinned. And I can't speak for any man on the panel, what your experience is or anything else. But we cannot ignore how an awful lot of black men have treated dark-skinned women down through the years. We just can't do it. Just can't do it. You said you have a wife, and I think you said she may be dark-skinned. I could be wrong. My niece is about a size 6, very pretty, and she started dating a Caucasian guy now. She lives in Los Angeles because of the way that she's been treated. And I mean, I wish I had a picture with me. She's what you would call super pretty. Snow White, big, thick, all that stuff, you name it. Doesn't have to wear a weave, any of that mess. She has really long hair, but they treat the darker than me woman very differently. and it is
And how do you think dark skinned black men are treated by black women?
very dark skinned black
Do
women,
you think they're
darker than
treated
me.
better or worse than the lighter skinned black men?
Wait. The darker than me, because I'm already dark skinned myself. But I'm talking about. I wish I had. Let's see if anybody's on here as dark as she is.
I know
Actually,
what a dark skinned black sister looks like.
I know
You
you
don't
know,
have
but
to
I'm
show
trying.
me.
There's different shades, right?
No,
So not
I
only.
understand that, but what I have a problem with is you coming up and saying that there are black men that treat black sisters wrong and trying to make it seem like me talking to that brother and thinking that him using
You're
that as a
making an assumption.
justification for us to date outside of our community and find love outside of ourselves
You're making an
is.
assumption. You didn't let me finish, but that's fine.
I tried to let you finish. You was kind of running, but if you want to go ahead, you can go ahead. But you called
Okay.
yourself bronze when you came up here. You just told me a white man could be pro-black, and now you're talking about how black men don't like dark-skinned women. And I would say black men love or like or are attracted to dark-skinned black women more than anyone else on earth
Okay.
because they have
See?
been side by side for centuries since the beginning of mankind. I also know that who you're in the vicinity of, you will mistreat the most. And I also know that anti-blackness has taught us not to value our melanin in this world today. So, of course, there are brothers that internalize patriarchy and treat our sisters out of misogyny that is inherent to the society we live in.
Mm-hmm.
I understand
So,
all of that, but I don't solely place that fault on black men. I do hold them responsible personally on how they treat our sisters.
mm-hmm. I could have named myself anything. I said bronze. You see the color of my skin. I was saying that simply
But you
because.
could have just said black because it don't matter. We exist in every shade from
Yeah,
chalk
but
to charcoal.
can I
If
say
you in
my own
between
words
there, then
and
you
can I
one of
think for
us.
myself? Because you saying thinking for yourself all the way through, and nobody's telling you what words to say as you're thinking. You coming up with your own thoughts, and I said that for a reason. I'm saying bronze based on the fact that I am bronze or whatever color you want to call it. You and I are about the exact same color, versus my niece. My niece is much darker. And I wasn't saying
Nobody in their right mind has ever called me bronze. That's wild.
okay, I don't even think it has anything to do with right
They call
mind.
me black. That's all I've ever been called.
Okay, and I've always also said black also, but now we're talking about my niece, which is much darker, and I was trying to show a differentiation.
And she just as black as you.
No, she's not. She's darker. You've never seen her before.
This is the issue, but this
That's
is
colorism right there.
but this is
But you know what? You don't even know what the purpose of me coming up here for. You're making an assumption, and we can go ahead and drop me from there. Thank you. Go ahead with the assumptions.
okay. I was gonna say the issue in the conversation is simple. The best thing about for a YT man right now in today's society is the anti-blackness that black people exude. Because now, just like she described her niece as being a model, yeah, but now your niece is more susceptible to more harm. Because if she's getting something where, and let's be honest, you said LA. That is the worst place to try to date as a black person. I'm so sorry. I have a friend that's a lawyer there, and she is all the things you described your niece to be, but we have told her several times that she needs to move away because I don't know what's wrong with people up there. And I'm not talking about just one side. I'm talking about both sides. The black men, the black women there are delulu. But when we say that as if white people have saved us or the option has gotten greater. No, what will happen with a lot of black women down there? Because like I said, I have friends and family there. They'll end up picking the trash white men. Like they be getting the bottom of the barrel, basic ass, don't got no more than them dudes. Like that lawyer has dated the trash and then don't have high esteem for the black man. So it goes all the way around. And it's not to say that colorism does exist because I've seen it harm darker skinned black women. But what I am saying is when we sit here and think that the YT are saviors, oh, well, this is all they wanted me. Then what really were your options? We got to keep it 100. Like, I'm sorry, I will date air before I date a white man. Go ahead and take me out, Lord, because I can do it. Y'all do what you do.
She said, "I will date air. I can. Hey, I'll match it because I'll definitely take air before I take anything but a sister, man." Shout out to Black Love, man. You know what I'm saying? But we're just gonna keep it pushing. Happy Kwanzaa, everybody. Today's Ujima. the third day of Kwanzaa. Yesterday we had Kuji Jakulia, and before that Umoja. That's unity, self-determination, and collective work and responsibility. I don't know if y'all heard my wife. She funny. And yeah, don't forget, you can donate to our organization, b1initiative.org. Link is in the bio if you want to join our Discord. Don't forget to keep tapping like, y'all. We should be at 50K by now. If we don't reach 50K in the next 2 minutes, I'm going to have to turn the subs on. Appreciate you, Omi. What's going on, brother? We're going to keep it going. The next oh man, I forgot, y'all. My internet is supposed to come over here. Okay, so we're gonna keep it going. The next guest, D, could you host for me real quick? Vajoli, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Hi, I'm 32. No, I'm 33. I'm black, and I'm a girl. I'm a woman.
Okay, sis. Well, dang it, he went out. But do you think? Oh, she went out too. Dang it. Are you there? I don't know if you saw the first question.
Yeah, are interracial
I'm on.
relationships harmful to
I
the black
screenshotted
community?
it.
I think
Yeah, we hear
I'm
you.
starting to sway towards yes, more so because I'm hearing a lot of biracial children, especially ones raised by YTM mamas, hearing their trauma, seeing how their father was fetishized by their mom and their mom fetishized by their pops. So I'm on the fence with that because I am starting to not believe in black love anymore. So I was also thinking to step outside of my race, but
Be
with so
safe.
much evidence and things happening, I do still want to believe in the black community. But look how many coons you just had step up and try to justify their reasoning for marrying outside of their race. It just sounds like a whole bunch of weak men, and I'm starting to look at a lot of black men as weak, like they're not leaders, because they will find any way people, and I've never seen a white woman go to the hood looking for love.
So my question is this: like, where do you live?
In New York.
So in New York, do you come across men like on this app?
Oh, definitely. And I would say like more so colorists and people that don't think for themselves, that just repeat other things that they've heard, like red pill nonsense.
So
It
ask
does
yourself
happen in New
this.
York.
Oh shoot. Okay. Okay. There you go. So ask yourself this: if you feel like black men, if they're a challenge, right? What makes you think going to another race of men is gonna make dating any easier?
Like seeing my Middle Eastern friends, how they're treated, and
Oh,
how some of their men.
that's a huge. So is that who you think you're gonna be interested in dating?
I think so.
Do
I
you
do.
understand their culture?
I'm trying to do my research. Like I said, I'm just still trying to educate myself.
Okay. That's
I
dangerous.
love being black and all of that, but just hearing how black men have been treating women, seeing it for my own self, hearing the
So
way they talk, it's really discouraging.
Well, Queen,
okay, so
there's
listen.
a historical reasons as to why all of that is happening. Like it's not just that black men all of a sudden randomly one generation decided, you know what, we're going to treat our women, we're going to treat our women a certain way. And actually, that's not even the full that's not even the full statistic of that relationship between black men and black women. Like black men and black women, especially in America, and especially if you live near New York, that like we have a very, very unique history in this country. There is no other racial group of people that have ever been oppressed as long as we have. There's also no other racial group of people that has been unalived as much as we have. And there's no other racial group of people that hasn't been targeted and consistently oppressed and traumatized as much as black people have. So what you are seeing right now is the remnants of that trauma that is unaddressed because this society does not allow black people to address that trauma and to heal from it because they continue to perpetuate new forms of trauma on the black community. So you are seeing black men who are not aware that this is trauma that has been passed down generation after generation after generation. And then what you're seeing is all you're seeing is black men doing negative things, but you're also approaching it from a perspective that's not taking into consideration the fact that like there is deep seated trauma as to why black men do certain things, and there's deep seated trauma as to why black women do certain things. The reason why black men have been complaining about black women being masculine, it's because black women have had to adopt masculine behaviors in order to survive. Because anytime a black man has tried to protect a black woman, especially during slavery, he was made an example of and he was unalived. And then now in modern day time frames, the same thing keeps on happening, but also black women are the highest, they are the highest data point or the highest number of women to go missing annually. We're talking tens of thousands of black women every single year. And I always make it a point, or at least I try to make it a point to mention it anytime that Alive comes around, because people need to know that black women have had to adopt certain behaviors in order to be able to survive that. Like you can't just go through life being feminine and just like, okay, I'm just going to fully embrace my femininity when you got people right behind you waiting to snatch you up off the street.
Of course, I live that.
Right.
Hey, shout out to everybody that sent the Panther paws in. Shout out to Omi. Omi was Omi had enough. But appreciate you.
But when it comes to things
Yeah.
like that, though, brother, when it comes to the demographic of where you're at and you're having a hard time, I would say the same thing to black men. It is time to look outside of the area you live in. If you feel like everyone in your area does not date you and they don't see you, it is time to look out. I don't know why y'all think the safe space is going to be another race. And especially the race she's speaking about, baby, you need to do some real research on that community. And first of all, you're going to have a hard time. Because them even accepting you being a black person is gonna be a whole other conversation. Y'all forget who even started the trade slave, like the slave trade. Like y'all gotta do y'all research on. It's not easier for you. It's a myth. And people sit here and they sell black, and I'm speaking as a black woman, because as a black woman, you do have to shuffle through a lot of things. But if you're intentional and you're not in a rush, you're gonna find what you're looking for. But if you out here running, just trying to accept any and everything, you're gonna be disappointed. In reality, like it's just in dating in any sector. But when y'all talking about going outside y'all race, by all means, go ahead, enjoy yourself. But you better be really careful, because your chances of being unalived is so much higher outside of that. Trust and believe. Do your research. I don't know why y'all think it's gonna be easier somewhere else. It's a weird analogy. It's weird.
And not
It's weird. It's weird to associate poor behavior with your own racial group. Like that's weird. That's weird. You know, there's always bad actors in any community in the world. So to immediately see problematic behavior as not because this might be a problematic dude, but because this is a black dude, that's the problem. And you're a black person yourself. So this man is a masculine mirror reflection of you and where you come from as well. And you look at that and you say, no, I gotta stay away from that. And what are you saying about when you look at yourself in the mirror? That's real. That's psychological warfare right there, and a lot of us don't even know it. I'm gonna go to the next guest though. We're gonna keep it pushing. The next guest, beloved, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please. Beloved, you're muted, sister. Beloved, we can't hear you. I'm gonna try to unmute you. Think you've been up here before? Think she's been up here before. Look familiar. Hey y'all, thank you for tapping like. We gotta get to 50K likes. We slacking behind a little bit today. I'll bring the comments back when we get to 50K. We got 6 more K to go. Just keep tapping like as you listen along. Let's get to 50K and then I'll turn the comments back on. I'm gonna go to the next guest. Beloved, you back? You're still muted. You still muted. I don't know. I see you left and came back. Oh, I think I muted you. Hit it again. I think I muted you. Hit it again. I think I muted it. I was trying to unmute it, and then it stopped, and then like the little line through the microphone went away,
Back,
and then
brother. You might want to circle back. Technical
yeah.
difficulties.
All right, beloved, just drop and come back up for us. I'm gonna go to the next guest, Julian and Black Swan. I'm gonna come back to you. We got somebody new up here. I want to give him a chance to talk. Ella Sheba, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Hello, my name is Eligiba. I'm older, so I won't give my age. I am
Over 18.
Yes.
All right.
I am, I guess you would say African American. And what else?
Your pronouns, she, he, they.
She.
All right. Talk to us.
Okay. I agreed with a lot of what Timothy was saying. And I guess I would answer the questions. Are interracial relationships harmful to the Black community? And I think they are. I wanted to share something that my son, in fact, he told me something when he was, I believe, about 13 years old. He told me he had this dream. And he said in the dream, he dreamt that white people were going to sacrifice their women to destroy our nationality. And not too long after that, that's when I began to see a lot of interracial dating. And I think it is harmful to our communities. First of all, I think we need to understand, well, what I've come to understand, what racism really is. Because racism includes hatred, but it's not hatred. Racism is a system that keeps power and prosperity in the white communities and among the white people. So a person can be racist and go out with you and marry you and all of that, because it doesn't change that dynamic as it was shown with our brother here. Okay, because all they know that if they pick up the phone and call the police are going to believe them. So even if it's a white woman, she has the power in the relationship. Okay, I tried dating outside of my nationality when I was younger. I just did it out of curiosity, but I found out that I couldn't get with it. I just couldn't get with it. You know, because I love my people. I was raised to love my people. I had a good dad. I had a good brother who took my dad's place when my dad passed away. And all the men that I knew in Jamaica, Queens, where I was raised, they always protected me. They always looked out for me. Okay. And I mean, my heart beats ain't nothing like a brother. And so I can't see myself with anybody else. I will remain single until I pass before I date somebody that's not a brother. Okay, I have 3 sons. They're married to our women. I have a daughter. She's married to our men. That's just my culture. I was raised in Jamaica, Queens, New York, and I saw, I was young, but I saw the Black Panthers. I know all of the history. My mother made sure she let us know once my dad had passed. I love my people. And I don't think that the descendants of the people who oppressed us and who still oppress us and who are now trying to get our history removed from the history books love us. I think they are dividing us. And so I think it is harmful to our communities. I don't think racial preferences is a fetish. We like what we like. We love what we love. So I don't think that non-Black people are capable of being pro-Black, because if they're not the descendants of the ones who enslaved us, they're descendants of people who were schooled about us by those people. So they're judging us from people who came here, Caribbean people, Jamaican people, African people who came here. And I talked to people, and they told me that when they went through the classes or whatever it is they needed to go through to come here to work, that in those classes they were told that the reason this country needed them to come here to work is because we are lazy and we don't work. Because I always wondered why some of them treat us kind of funny,
Mm.
and that's why, because they don't want us to unify. And so many of them have told me that, that
Mm-hmm.
they were told things about us. I went to a symposium on race, and this Mexican man said that he said he did not understand what was our problem. He said he came here, his family came here, and they worked and they pulled themselves up. So he didn't understand how come our people didn't do the same thing. So I stood up and I said, okay. I said, let me correct you, because first of all, you came here. We didn't come here. We were brought here.
All right, Auntie.
We were brought here, okay? And we were brought here to be slaves. We didn't come here for a better life. We were taken from our better life. I said, and we weren't allowed to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. We didn't have any boots. We didn't have any straps. And just as Martin Luther King said, he got us freed into poverty. And so that's how our situation has been. And it has been a fight of 3 steps forward, 2 steps back ever since we've been here. And no matter what we do, because they're in control of the narrative, they make us look the way they want to make us look.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, it's not the same. And afterwards, a lot of them came up and they wanted to talk to me and ask me questions and stuff. That's why I changed my major in college to journalism, because I wanted to be able to deal with situations and to get the truth out there.
Mm.
So, and I don't know if anyone remembers, they used to have something called Manifest Destiny.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the foundation for white people, because they felt it was their destiny to take over every place, and everywhere they go, they take over and they oppress. So I don't think that it's possible unless we're going to play into their narrative. So I don't think it's possible. We are coexisting now, but it's not peaceable. Because after all of these years, they're still killing us. They're still portraying us on the news, on movies and everything. And they do that for a reason, because they don't want us to have any place to go. Because other countries judge us by what they see on our programs.
Mm-hmm.
And then we sell each other out. We get some money and get some fame, and we forget everybody and sell each other out. And then we put each other down. Okay? So it's no way for us to really coexist. I've given up on that. I live peaceably with all people because I'm a believer in the scripture. But I also live truthfully, and I look at things truthfully. I had to explain to someone in my family, and I told them I don't dislike anybody. I don't hate anybody, but I don't trust them. So I can't live peaceably with people I don't trust, because every time in the past that I did, they showed me I couldn't. So that's all I wanted to add.
All right. Appreciate that word, man. We love it when the elders come up here and start schooling us. That was nothing but a word.
Was that an A or was that an A?
That was an A plus. I don't know how many pluses. We're gonna have to give her a plus for every year she done had to live around these folks, because she earned
But
it.
I'm gonna say one thing. She said one thing about, I think it was the fetishization. It was a preference, is what she said. It wasn't a fetish, it was a preference, and I'm not quite sure why it would be a preference over fetishization. I guess that's the only thing I was a little confused about, but definitely an A.
D, I think she
Okay.
was specifically referring to preference towards our own community versus outside of our community. It wasn't when
She
white
did
people.
say that.
Yeah, because like I see where you're coming from, D, but I think she wasn't talking about YT people having a preference for us. She was talking about us having a preference for our own community.
Okay, because I was like, wait, why would you say that, Auntie? No.
Well, that was quite a word. I love the part where she said, we didn't come here. What did she say? We didn't come here for a better opportunity. We
We weren't come here, we were brought here, and we weren't given boots or straps. So
I
yeah.
heard that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it just I want to be able to quote you, Sister Alicia, but okay, go ahead. Why you go ahead? I'm sorry, my wife don't want to open the door. The Wi-Fi man is here. But anyway, um, another thing what she was saying is, yeah, like that is a thing in interracial relationships. A lot of brothers, especially, think that because they can lay down vertically and be on top, that they're on top. But the thing is, you can be on top when y'all are vertical, but when y'all are standing up, she on top. She back on top again. As soon as you get out that bed, she back on top. And she know it. That's why she chose to be with you, because she feels like there is a power dynamic there that makes you more comfortable to be around than a power dynamic that she would have with a white tee man. So you might be a little bit more safer of an option for her. But we can talk about that. We're at we at 60K. My bad, y'all. I forgot. I got a lot going on. Let me let these comments breathe again. Let me let y'all back in. Y'all gotta remind me, man.
Holy Spirit, activate. Tap up. We need to get to 75K, you guys. So keep tapping. Don't start slacking on the tapping. Let's go. I'm going to activate real quick. Holy Spirit, activate. 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 Holy Spirit, activate. Hello, hello, and welcome in, you guys. You are in Brother Legends Live. Again, you guys, you are in Brother Legends Live. I need you guys to tap that screen. Tap, 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 tap that screen so we get to 75K, you guys. Tap the screen, share the live, share with your friends, your frenemies, include your damn enemies. But at the end of the day, make sure you're sharing, you're tapping, and you're subscribing. Subscribe here at Brother Legends Live and on YouTube. But most importantly, make sure that you go on Discord and join b1initiative.org. And while I'm mentioning that, there's a fund here at the top. You see that Cash App? Bring Down Babylon. Go ahead and make a donation, you guys. Write it off on your taxes this year. But go ahead and pour into the Black community. Let's support each other and build. When you're trying to get to $1,000, let's make it happen, y'all. Until then, I'm tapping out. Y'all guys tap up.
All right, appreciate you, D. And shout out to everybody that's down there tapping, man. Don't forget to check me out on Twitter, BIGBROLGND, just like my TikTok handle. Join me there. If you're Pan-African, if you see me on the live, say what up and I'll follow you back. Appreciate you. Let's go to the next guest. Julian, what's going on? Julian, you here, Queen? Julian, you with us? Alicia, but I definitely want to. I'm following your platform. I definitely would love to have you come back up. I'm asking you to drop so we can make some more room. All right.
I followed you too, Alicia Ba.
That's good. Thank you.
All right. One love.
You know what, brother? I want to speak to some since everybody up here is kind of, our neutrals. I'm going to accept Swan. I don't know if Swan wants to talk, but I'm going to jump in front of it anyway. It's funny. You correlated something that we were kind of touching on earlier when we talk about people thinking that a race of a person is going to be better. A lot of y'all need to be careful and self-aware of if just because you've had maybe a negative experience with your own people does not mean that another group of people is going to be a better choice. And I think that's really important. You pulled it together when you said that, because I was thinking to myself, there are people that correlate good and bad, and that's the doll test. That is exactly that shows that we think, oh, I experienced 3 or 4 different bad black people, so all of them are bad. And here I go thinking because society elevates the same people that have unalived and genocided our people for generations, that they are possibly a better option because they sit in a better position, not morally, but financially. And I think a lot of y'all are failing to admit to yourselves that you're really looking at the dynamic based on money, not the moral of the people, because you have yet to even see these people come up, not one of them, and even admit to the racism that they see in their own communities. They won't admit to the things that have happened historically. They will deny it and call you a liar based on historical and statistical facts that you can see yourself. So be conscious of the fact that you're not looking at these people as being moral people. You're looking at these people as a financial stepping stone. And you can tell when people rather say they can go over here and be treated better, because you have not seen not one group of people have a level of moral towards black people.
And like on that, D, like that confused woman that I had the put the panther paws on, she was talking about going to the Middle Eastern men. I was like, the hell? I'm like, who started the trans-Sahara slave trade? You know, that predated the Middle Passage. I'm like, it was the Arab people. And I'm like, still in the continent today, we're being oppressed by Arab people. So I'm like, and Arab people are just white people of a different ethnicity. I'm sorry to tell you. So like she got me effed up on that one. So yeah, I mean, like, why would you go outside of your community expecting something to be better? Why not improve your community? Like, I don't get that.
Brother, you know you on mute.
Brother, are you speaking? Are y'all froze? Or is he froze?
His mic on.
Is he froze?
Oh,
Oh, there you go.
yeah, his mic must be off because it doesn't show
My
the
mic,
mute.
my mic is dying. It
Oh,
keep
okay.
dying, but I thought I just charged it. Like, it's supposed to have a good battery life. I guess that was cap. All right. Let's go to the next guest. Actually, Shaka.
Peace.
Before you start, Shaka, Beloved had been up here earlier. Let's just let the queen go, and then we'll go to you next. I think she a queen. Beloved, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns? Beloved, you still can't unmute. She still can't unmute. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know what's going on. All right, I don't know what's going on. Come on back. My wife is boiling ginger tea. That smells fire.
Oh, I need that
That's
right.
With fresh ginger. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta do with fresh ginger.
Yes.
Fresh
All right.
ginger
Right.
and I throw in a little bit of lemongrass from my garden too.
Okay. I gotta try
And
lemongrass.
some
I was
honey.
gonna
Don't
say
do no sugar.
lemon.
Do
Okay.
honey.
Honey.
Not no.
Yeah. Oh yeah, with honey
don't do no
on deck.
sugar.
Yeah,
Use
absolutely.
Ancestors love some honey.
Absolutely. I hope y'all been doing your libations. It's Kwanzaa. Throw some libations, put some water, in some plants, pour some libations for the ancestors that they're just in remembrance of those that suffered for us to breathe the air that we breathe today. And still be here, and we all survivors, y'all. Sometimes we don't take that into context because we have to act so tough. We have to act like we're not oppressed. Living as a black person in an anti-black world induces cognitive dissonance because it tells you that even though you are still being currently subjugated to an oppressive system, you have to act like you're not. You go around your boss, you need to act like Trayvon didn't happen. You need to act like George Floyd didn't happen. But when it's just us, when you in your quiet place, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully y'all got a sanctuary, an altar to the ancestors. Or even if you just by yourself, man, you don't even need to have none of that. Just pour some libations, just in remembrance of those that came before us. I'm gonna go to the next guest. I think Beloved's still having a hard time. Shaka, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Black and proud, 20, and I'm a male.
All right, talk to us.
For the first one, I think it is harmful. I think it's pretty harmful because like with Jonathan, recent case being Jonathan Majors here. Like I don't understand. Like he, I feel bad for the brother, but at the same time, I don't feel bad for the brother because this is what you're dealing with when you date outside your race. You know what I'm saying? I just find it funny that how this brother going to jail with he the one on camera running for his life. He running for his life. That's something I don't understand. I done had friends in high school who done got messed up over interracial relationships. One in particular was a close friend of mine. I don't even want to talk about what happened to him. I'm just glad he doing all right. But white tea girl got him messed up. So I think it is pretty harmful because you know what I'm saying. The quote, somebody you can't walk aside the slave theater with Susan Warren Rick on your arm. You can't walk inside the slave theater with Doug on your arm. You know, because you could be having, you know, a meeting with fellow brothers and sisters about how you can better your community. Why imagine how the room gonna look at you when you bring in Heather into the. You feel me? I think for the second one, I think it is a fetish because, for one, this something I never got. This goes back to, like, I try to tie this with, with the butt breaking and the breeding farms and et cetera, et cetera. So they think of us as if we like these nasty, lazy, we eat chicken so much, we barbarians. If we are these things, then tell me why your great granddaddy or your great grandmother was taking advantage of my great grandfather and my great grandmother. And down the line. But we so nasty. But your great grandfather, shit, sometimes it was the great grandfather on the great grandfather and the great grandmother on the great grandmother. But you know what I'm saying? Not a lot of people know about that. And then the breeding farms, they breed. Come on, man. You forcing these people to create more slaves for you. Then with butt breaking, it's like the master used to invite some of his friends to join in. You can't tell me that ain't fetishization. Like, come on, dog. It just bewildered me how people, the ones who came up on here before me was trying to make it seem like it's all cool outside of our race, bro. Like, I understand that it's gonna be some of those who feel like they gotta stay close to Massa and that Massa can't do no wrong. But for those who live in the real world, who sees what's going on, we already know what time it is, man. We know what it is. We know what it is. For the third one, could non-black people be pro-black? H-E-double-L, no. H-E-double-L, no. I done had this argument multiple times at work, out in my neighborhood. They try so hard, and then they try so hard to just bring up some figures. They be like, well, gotta think about all the Jewish people, man, that marched with us during the civil rights.
Oh
Fool, when
boy.
the Jewish people got done using us, they literally tossed us aside like trash when they got done using us for them civil rights. Hence why Martin Luther King said, I think the American dream I had has shifted into an American nightmare. Come on, man. It's just, it don't make no sense to me. You can't be pro-black. How you gonna be pro-black for my people? You gonna come into a meeting and then we discuss, okay, so we radical brothers. We want to go in gun blazing. We want a self-defense. All that. What we look like having the oppressor come in and talk, oh, I'm down with you, buddy. I'm gonna blow someone down. Why, bro? I'm gonna look at him like he crazy. Because if you believe he pro-black, I guarantee you, he already let the other ones know we coming. Cause they always be the main ones who try to seem pro-black be inside agents. Be inside
They'll
agents.
be at the meeting. They'll be at the meeting while we discussing plans, showing they black boyfriend and filming everything while it's going on,
Exactly.
showing how pro-black that they are.
The whole time while they filming that, they sending it to their own race. Like, yeah, this is what they're
Yeah.
doing. Come on, man. For the last one, can black and white culture peacefully exist? This gonna sound controversial. Separation is the best and only solution. We done tried integration multiple times. Integration to fail. Integration to fail in Africa. Integration to fail here in America. Integration to fail over there in the so-called Middle East, because it really ain't the Middle East, because it's just something man-made by
West
white
Asia.
team. Yup. Talking about the Suez Canal. Just because they don't want to give us Egypt. Man, separation is the only.
Oh man. Okay, go
Can't
ahead.
hand in hand with your oppressor, with your slave master. You gotta separate. I tell people, you gotta separate from the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, separate from Joe Biden, Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, hell, even separate from Barack Obama, because he the biggest COON I've seen in centuries, decades. Separate from Barack Obama. And then stop teaching your kids about these European figures, these European scholars. Stop teaching. I won't teach my nephew about George Washington. I won't tell my nephew about Thomas Jefferson. Every day I'm telling my nephew about Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, Queen Nzinga, Queen Asantewaa, Queen Amina, Queen, not Queen, damn, what's her name? From the Jamaican Maroons. Queen Nani. I think I'm saying her name right. Queen Nani. I tell my nephew about the most honorable Dr. Elijah Muhammad, the honorable Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, Malcolm X, etc. I could go down the line. I'm not teaching my babies about none of them Europeans, because them Europeans ain't teaching them about me. None of them. If we go in school, you think they gonna go? We go in school, you think any of them teachers gonna say, "Yeah, this is John Jacques Dessalines"? Hell no. Hell no. None of that. Stop learning about white culture and accept your own culture. And some of the things you see in white culture was stolen from our culture. Not even some. Most of it was stolen from
Yeah.
our culture. All them monuments and all them monuments in Washington, you could go back in ancient Kemet, and you can find identical monuments.
Yeah.
Like Mount, with the one with all the presidents on there. They stole that. We had something like that first. That's all I'm saying. Like, people gotta stop. Like, people are ashamed to be black, and then even then they can't get away from their black self because they don't know the origin of some of these European things and where it come from. You got to educate yourself on your people. It's not educate yourself on the oppressor. If you're going to educate yourself on the oppressor, educate yourself on how he's working every day, every night, every year, every minute, every second to try to, keep you down, keep you a slave, man. Because we still slaves, whether people want to admit to it or not. That's the first step. To me, that's the first step to freeing yourselves. When you gotta separate yourself. You gotta acknowledge that you're a slave as long as you here in the middle. You really worldwide. Because this is really a worldwide thing. I don't think we can coexist with them on any place of the planet. Because if you look at any place where these people have been, they have robbed, they have killed, they have some words I can't say, but some words I can't say. We seen what these people done to people, man. And they got the nerve to ask me, you think we could peacefully coexist? No. And then they had the nerve, someone had the nerve to say, well, I wasn't there, buddy. I didn't put you in slavery, buddy. Come on, guy. Like, no, it doesn't matter. It's a legacy that has been handed down to you. It's gonna be a legacy that's gonna be handed down to your kids and they kids and on down the line.
Just like not washing baths and not seasoning chicken.
Yup. So all the, you gotta keep it pro-black at all times. Pro-black at all times. You gotta be black. I'm black before. I think you should be black before you are anything in society. I think you should be black before any religious label. Because if you really want to get deep, you really was black before you was even born. If you really want to get deep, that's all I'm saying. You gotta keep it black.
If you really want to get deep, yeah, absolutely. That's honestly something the ancestors believe. They believe all creation comes from black because black was the color of creation. Black is the color from which all other colors derive, and black is the chaos that creates order. So that's from the ancestors. So that's how we looked at that color before colonization. That's why yeah. Go ahead, brother.
And I'm a believer in the Bible too. But I know that Europe changed some things about the Bible, dictated some things about the Bible, but I'm gonna say it like how God said it: as it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. In the beginning, the black man and women ruled, and I begin in the end. When the white society falls, the black men and women are gonna take their position back into fixing this damn world. That's what I believe. I hope I live to see it. And if I'm not alive to see it, I hope that I play a big major role in helping people create it. I ain't even gotta
get to work.
I'm
with that. That's what we doing. Shout out to everybody working, man. Let's get to work.
But yeah, I think I answered all on the.
Yeah, you did it. Hey, man, he's getting an A+, of course. And brother, how old are you again?
20. I've been on here before.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, because I follow you already. Yeah, you definitely knew the assignment, and yeah, brother, I ain't had my kids yet. I'm hoping by the time they your age, they talking like you. I think they will be because I'm their father. But you know what I'm saying? Like that's you on the right path, brother. And now is the time to get to work. America's biggest nightmare is young brothers like him talking like that. That's the worst nightmare, and that's a horrible day for America, and that's gonna be a great day for us and our future generations when they talking like that.
That sounds like somebody that's proud of who they are. Like the confidence and the to be proud. Somebody poured into you, and that's exactly what we need to be doing to our youth. Like to understand that we let everyone dilute us so much that we don't understand our own greatness. And it sounds like you standing in your greatness.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And, in my mother's culture, we would say Shaka has omoluwabi, which is, the knowing of like his divine self and like character. And that's something that everyone strives to have. And so I really appreciate you, Shaka, for sharing your passion and sharing your knowledge with all of us. And I think it gives a lot of us hope that, that a lot of people of our generation and younger generations grow up in this consciousness as well.
Yep.
Like I told you before, Lazy, I originally wasn't like this, but when I heard Khalid Muhammad, it woke me up.
Khalid Muhammad, that's the truth gangster, man. Shout out to everybody that know Dr. Khalid. Yeah, the truth gangster gonna wake you up. Absolutely,
gonna wake you up every time. Now, I feel like everybody. It's time, bro. Like it's all the signs is there.
Well, appreciate you, brother. I'm gonna go to the next guest. Happy Kwanzaa. Don't forget, y'all. Today is Kwanzaa. We celebrating Ujima. That's collective work and responsibility. We working and we holding ourselves responsible for our brothers and sisters in our community. We holding it down. That's Ujima. Yesterday was Kujichagulia. That's self-determination. No better example of that than brother El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, Malcolm X, who was the embodiment of self-determination and preached it heavily, as well as Marcus Garvey. And then we've also got Umoja, which means unity. If it ain't about unity in our community, it is nothing but a waste of time. It serves no purpose. I understand that a lot of us want reparations and want to vote Democrat and all that other stuff, and some we split over gender wars and all that other nonsense. If it don't bring unity to our community, it is a waste of time. We have one job, y'all, and that is to unify. All right,
Did you say umoja is unity?
Moja, yeah.
That's crazy because in Yoruba, Yamoja means mother of all children, or mother
Oh
who's
yeah, I do know your Moja.
yeah,
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 you're
yeah,
right.
Omoeja. And so unity because we're all her children. I
Yeah,
and they're different, Swahili and Yoruba aren't related, but I thought that was interesting because I was
yeah.
like, wait, I just heard that, and I'm like, that's the ancestors talking for sure, you know.
Wow, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, so I've had quite a Kwanzaa, man. I hope y'all is at least pouring some libations, remembering your ancestors. I know that the creator of Kwanzaa is a bit problematic. I know some of y'all read some articles about that person. I would say the holidays has nothing to do with him. All of these principles still hold true, and they're based on celebrations on the motherland and festivals around this time of year. So it's not something we have to tie to the creator, but definitely, you know, feel free to celebrate that over, white tea Santa Claus breaking into your house and giving you gifts. People that
I
have never
was
been
gonna
given telling you that a white tea man gonna give to you. Go
mhm.
ahead.
I was gonna ask you though because I was feeling inspired this year. I've never celebrated Kwanzaa, but I've celebrated other, traditions of, my community, in Nigeria. But I was like, I've been trying to educate myself on it more. I was thinking it would be nice if we created a Pan-African holiday that celebrated West African traditions because I think there's less education on that. But I think that can be brought into the holiday that is because I think Kwanzaa is a beautiful thing as it is. Even though, some people have a lot of criticisms for the founder. I'm not as educated on that. So I
Yeah.
still need to learn some more. But yeah.
Yeah, and I can understand. I've read some troubling things about him too. He was convicted for doing unkind things to our sisters. And so that's problematic as hell. How you would say you're a man of the people and not a man of the sisters. But again, it's not his holiday. Like if we were celebrating Columbus, right, and Columbus was a problematic person, all right, y'all, we can't celebrate Columbus Day no more. You know what I'm saying? But this is a community celebration and one that's tied to celebrations of harvest on the continent. So that's the reason why it's this time of year. That's the reason why some of the practices, making handmade gifts and certain foods like certain it's like a cornbread, but it's like real sweet. Certain things are celebrated the way that's celebrated because of these traditions. So it's not rooted in who made it. It's more about the tradition itself. So it's just diasporans taking part in an African tradition. So that's the only reason I still celebrate it because I'm like, we're not celebrating that individual. But all right, I'm gonna go to the next guest, Net North. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Um, Number one, I ain't got my voice back all the way yet, but I'm 45 and I'm a black female. But I was looking at your questions and I was just listening at the live and what said are interracial relationship harmful to the black community? Of course it is. Of course it is. Um, to each his own, but for my preference, I don't agree to it. I can never, me as a black woman, see me lay down with any other race but my own, regardless of the fact of what all this against the black men's, against the black women's, and the black women's on here against men's. I listen and laugh at that because it ain't nothing like having a black man as a black woman by your side. So also, I feel like having interracial kids is a harm to the children because they fighting for which side should they go with, and should be white or should they be black, or which way they. I got a niece who has a mixed child, and the baby is just confused, and I feel like people don't think about what the child have to go. You know, they come to her side and she looking different, and all the kids looking at her wrong, and then when she go to that side, you know, half of the family ain't accepting her because they are racial. So it's hard on the child, you know. So I don't agree with that, and I think that it's a harm to the black community, and we should stick together more. And on the second one is racial preference of fetish. I think not only is this a fetish, but I think that a lot of men just don't to try to hurt black women. You know, that's just how I feel about it. I don't agree to it. I don't like it. You know, I'm not. I ain't gonna say I'm racist, but I'm gonna say that I taught my sons to stay in their lane and to work through it, to fight through it. Like I told them, you got a black mother, and you need to stay with your community. Build up your community. Um, can none be pro? Hell no. Hell no. First thing they say every time you ask, oh, I have black friends. That don't mean you on our side just because you say you have black friends. I have white friend, but don't mean I'm on your side neither. You just somebody I communicate with every now and then. But no, they can't because they we fight every day. You know, I can have everything that they need at a job interview, but it's a white tea lady who can be interviewing for that same job and have zero experience, and they gonna always choose her before they choose me. And it just no, they against us in every which way. You know, I was looking for a home, and cause I'm finna get ready to buy another home, and I got with a realtor, and she was a black lady, and I picked out the home that I wanted, and supposed to be getting ready to fly out to go look at the home and everything. She did like a viewing, and the white tea lady and her husband, they looked at the same home. They got to it and looked at it at the same time, but I had already put my bid in for it. And they was like, unfortunately, they qualify more. I said, how when I'm paying fucking cash? They getting it financed. So
That happened to my
explain to
mother.
me how I'm gonna pay cash for this home and they gonna finance it and pay monthly payments on it that they qualify for it before me.
That
Make this
happened to my
make
mother.
sense?
That just happened to my mother like 3 years ago. And now she got a home, but she got a homeowners association. That if they don't like the color of her blinds,
Yeah, HOA is
they
trash.
they
Yes,
fine
yes.
her. So and they even got a drone that fly around the neighborhood. She had it was a storm and it messed up the fence in the backyard, deep in the backyard, messed up the fence, and she got fined for hundreds of dollars. And she's like, how y'all know what's in my backyard? They got a drone flying over her house, taking pictures.
I know. I already understand it. Then it's saying, can black and white culture peacefully coexist? That's a hell no. There's no way. I drive a truck, so I get to go to all 48 states, including Canada. And I sit here for 25 years of my life. I've been sitting here going to different cities and towns. They really, truly got all white cities, all white communities. I done stopped in them and got out at the store, and everybody looking at me like, what the hell is she doing here? They don't want a service. No, I'm dead serious. I'm in the store, and the woman said, just get what you want and get out. Don't pay for it. I looked at her, and I'm like, no, it don't work like that. I'll pay for it. She's like, no, just leave. I'm like, you know what? I don't even want shit. I drive 200 more miles before I sit here and be treated.
Sundown Town. She was
I
worried
done
about you being unalive.
I done been to places literally where they still got signs up that saying no colored is welcome. They done sent me out of the place with their load because they refused to unload the truck because I was a black person. So you asking, can we be pro-existing and can we work together? No, because it's still out here. The same stuff happening the 40s and the 30s and the 50s, it still exists. We the one who don't have an all black community. Don't matter how bad it is, how rough it is, guess what? It's still a white T person who can walk in there and get apartment place in our neighborhood. But there are places that, guess what? You can be a billionaire and they will not let you buy your damn house because they don't want you there. So no, you cannot coexist. No, a non-black cannot be pro-black. It's not happening. You got people laying up right now with another race, and every time they get into an argument, they get called the N-word. No.
Yeah.
Can I
So
real quick?
so to be real with you, no. I think that it's messing up the community. And then like the dude spoke on earlier, my oldest son, she wasn't even all white. She was like white and Puerto Rican or something. And he was like 21 years old when we first moved to Florida. The girl came for him. He started talking back to her. Her father was in the military. He was white. His mom, and I think the mom was like Puerto Rican and white. Her mom car had broke down. My son was going over there. The mother was calling him, and he was going over there. I watched my son take them to church because he put on his little tie and dress shirt and slacks. He like, Mom, they want to go to church. The mother won't want me to take them to church because their car messed up and it's in the shop, and I'm going to church. I said, okay, baby. Well, I was feeling good. Like, my baby doing it, he got somebody that making him go to church. My son take this lady to the grocery store, her and her daughter. He was dropping her off at work, and guess what? The dad came home and seen a black man in his house. He called the police and said that my son was raping his daughter. Do you know how bad and how much I had to fight? One, for all the text messages. My son would be in prison right now for that. We beat it with the text messages and the voicemails of them asking him to come in days and months while this man was gone is what got him free. So, no. And after that day, My son said, I would never look at nothing more than a black woman. So people wake up and understand that even though you might have dealt with someone that wasn't for you, everybody ain't for you. But guess what? There's one of us out here who is for you. Stay in your lane. Stay in your own culture and learn to deal with the goods and the bads and stop running away from it. Because going the other way ain't gonna make you bigger or better. It only gonna cause you trouble and drama. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, sir.
All right. Appreciate you, Queen. Go
And
ahead, homie.
I just wanted I wanted the piggyback off of what she was saying, because this has been something that I've kind of been wanting to get some advice from you, brother, because but I haven't been able to catch you. But like with my new job, I'm in administration, and I work with the Board of Education and with the Parks and Rec for the city, because they're grant funding this program for high school students, teens in STEM programs on their way to college. But they built our center in a predominantly black community, but the city is majority Mexican or Latino, and they have, historically defunded and over policed the neighborhoods on this part of town. And so the city had built this center for us on this part of town. And my friend hooked me up with an interview. So I got a job over a bunch of people who were even more qualified than myself. I don't even have my master's yet, but I still got this job because my resume. But all the people, all my employees they hired are all YT. They had one person who was not YT, and that was because I begged them to please hire a person of color who preferably also speaks Spanish, because we're serving this community, and we need more. Like, I speak Spanish conversationally, but I'm not as fluent. We need people who represent our community. And so they finally did. And so now we have our tokenized Latina, which I feel horrible because they're not paying her extra to be translating for parents. But anyways, I digress. The whole reason why I gave you that context is that we're in a black community, and there's been conflict with the rec center across the street, where the employees there are all black, and one of the main women, her father built this rec center for the community and has helped the community extensively. And she sees a bunch of YT people coming over here to this park and to the rec center. And of course, all she sees is gentrification right away. I'm like, I knew exactly what it is before. Some people in the community know me, but a lot of people don't, because I'm not from here. And so there was some conflict, and there was some a toy drive event, and I wasn't able to go, but so my employees went without me. Um, and they came back saying that she was aggressive and she was all these things, this, that, and the third, made all these microaggressions. And she was saying a lot of stuff about like why they have these YT people coming in here and trying to push us out. But I'm like, of course that's justified. And I've been trying to train these people before we got out in the community on, racial inequity, how racism impacts people of color, especially the black community, and how basically trying to prevent these these fools from making a mess and shedding their YT tears, but it happened inevitably, and the mayor got involved, and now they're trying to get her fired. And I've been trying to represent my community, but then also, like, I feel like I have to walk on eggshells because a lot of the people above me are YT, and then a lot of my employees are YT, and it's like they're like, and I tried to explain what gentrification was, and they didn't even know what that was, and I felt like they were just tuning me out like white noise. So I guess my question is, like, what would you say is the best way that I can support the community here, and work within the system to sort of unpack the YT supremacy in the education system and in the city.
So, well, I mean, if you're talking about
Stand
in a
on it.
revolutionary way,
Stand on it. Stand on it. And don't give up off of it. And if you have to, walk away. Stand on what you want.
Yeah.
Brother, I was gonna say try to bridge the gap. So if they have resources that the other facility doesn't have, you need to try to make a relationship with the other facility and see if you
Mm-hmm.
utilize them to build in that regard, because they're going to be there. And if you allow the old building where the black people are to kind of just fall, they will gentrify that area and it will be a YT area. It will
Right.
be a YT takeover. So you need to build relationships with the other facility and see if you can kind of bridge a level of unity amongst you, and let you be the Leon's A and know what's going on between the two, but also be able to have those kids moving in between.
Mm-hmm. Which we've been trying they've been wanting to do that, but they've been trying to do that without communicating them. And so that's why I'm like, honestly, on my day off, I just want to walk my ass down there and talk to the women who work there and, let them know, that I'm here for them. I got their back, because it doesn't seem like anybody else got their back, but I want them to know that, I'm on the inside and I have the
how
power.
much control do you have over the situation?
Yeah, so basically I run the building, but then I have administration and then I have the city council who really, are pulling the strings, because that's where all the money's coming from. So it's like I have control over my employees, how I run the center and whatnot. But I have a lot of oversight and a lot of micromanaging and, eggshells I got to walk on. And so it's like hard, and I called it out, like, like with my employees, I'm like, okay, you are stereotyping a mad black woman right now. You need to put that right back in your pocket where you pulled it out from, because I ain't gonna have that. But then it's like sometimes it's like I gotta bite my tongue, because it's like I don't want HR getting on my ass, telling me that I'm being racist to YT people, and so it's weird. It's weird, a weird situation. But I agree, D. I really need to build. I really got to build my relationship more with that center, so that they know, they know what's good, and they know that I'm here for them, and that I support them. And like you said, if that center falls apart, that neighborhood will be gentrified. You're absolutely right. So I think that's a really good point. Um, and it's like, as far as what North said, I feel like leaving sometimes because it's exhausting dealing with it. But I also know that, like, I have a lot of privilege where I'm at, to do a lot of good for our community, and so I want to do
But
everything.
here's the thing: are you willing to walk away from that job
Mm-hmm.
in order to work with the other people?
Uh, I,
I know
if
it's
it
a
comes
deep breath.
between me and that and the rec center, I'll choose the center over my job, and I still have a lot of connections with the college and the university I worked at. I get paid more here, but I rather work for the university where, I'm not supporting an anti-black, effort from the city and from
It's
the
always going to be that. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Unless the city, even if the city was run by us, it could still be that. Dr. Umar was saying this last night, like, so, like, if you wanna know how things are gonna go when it comes to, excuse me, local politics, all you gotta do is look at who's funding them. So even if you're getting funding from them, and you're working for them and all that's great, you're still owned by them, you know. So with that knowledge, you know that no matter how much you stand up and try to fight back against them, they just gonna remove you if you get in the way. So it's kind of like I won't say it's a lose lose, but
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like,
It
the
sucks
funny.
because it's like I wanted to take advantage of all the grant funding and city funding we're getting to uplift the community, and use
Mhm.
it in a good way, because I know if it's not me and they hire somebody else, especially a YT person, like that money isn't going to be used for what it's needed for. But at the same time, like if it really comes down to it, it's like, I'll step down before I wield the tool of oppression against my own community. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
Well,
that's all it comes down to is, you
yeah.
could try to weaponize it, but to
Mm-hmm.
be honest, if they see you doing that, you can only do but so much, and you have to just not flinch when they try to pull that check. So I would say get a backup
Mm-hmm.
plan
Yeah,
now. You know what I'm saying? Always have
for
a
real.
backup
Yeah.
plan, and
Right.
then yeah, you know.
And I gotta take a call real quick, but I'm glad we got this space so we can, because we talk about building community all the time, but this is the first time where I feel like I actually have the power to do something,
Where
but
at?
it's just messy. I'm in Central California right now in a real conservative county,
Eat.
barely any YT people here, fortunately, but we got a lot of other issues here. So yeah.
Okay. All right.
Naomi, you said that there's not a lot of YT people in that area.
No, it's majority like Latino, like,
Yeah.
so yeah, and there's a large indigenous community nearby too,
Okay.
but still very anti-black. So yeah, so that's the issue. But
I got a
Okay.
question.
uh-huh.
Why okay, so if my grandson, I had a friend to tell me about, oh, they got this program, but you have to apply for it in January to get the grant so your child can go to private school. Every January for the past 4 years, I've been trying to get my grandson on this program. Explain to me why all the blacks got to go to public school. You ain't got too many whites in public school, because all of them get these grants handed to them every year to pay for their kids to go to private school.
You talking? You talking to him, right? Oh, he left. I thought you was talking to
I'm talking to
Omi.
anybody.
I think we need to be educating our own children, and I know that that's really hard for some of us to do because we too busy on the plantation trying to pay the bills. So I understand that. Um, Unfortunately, there is no school in America that's going to teach your child to love themselves and know their history, and that's what our children need now more than ever. So
I, I
you
totally
know,
I totally agree with that. I truly believe that kids need our community need to be homeschooled, but you know they make it so hard for us that it's impossible.
there's a book out. There's a book out by Dr. Umar. Dang, Timothy left. Timothy got that book. What's the name of that book, y'all? It's Black Parent Advocate. Is that what it's called? Because I was going to get it, but it's about brothers and sisters that's got their children in the school system, and my wife was like, "We're not doing that, so this book don't apply to us." So that's why we didn't get it. But he does kind of talk about it. Yeah, Black Parent Advocate. It's by Dr. Umar Johnson. I would say read that book or look up the lecture to try to understand, some ways you can maneuver within the public school system with a black child and try to raise them in their, consciousness. All right. We're gonna go to the next guest. Dr. Umar, listen, we don't trust Dr. Umar with everything, but we shouldn't trust nobody with everything. Somebody asked, do we trust Dr. Umar? But the man is a clinical psychologist and was a principal to a school. I think he knows what he's talking about when it comes to child psychology and teaching children. and he definitely knows what he's talking about when he's talking about Pan-Africanism and African history. It's just there might be some ideological, opinionated differences between us and some of the scholars, but please brainwash yourself from the colonial idea of oneness given to us by Christianity. Christianity tells you that in order for you to believe in truth coming from somebody, they have to be completely righteous, and you have to morally and your opinions all have to agree with everything that they do. No, you can chew the meat and spit out the bones. With people. Only when it comes to black people, we think that our next leader needs to be Moses. He needs to be perfect in every aspect. Otherwise, he's a false leader. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah. I've been studying the scholars for years, and I tell you now, I don't agree with 100% of any of them, except for like Dr. Francis Cress Wilson and John Henrik Clarke. But that's because they're more like historians, so they're just telling you history. They're not even telling you like opinion. But yeah, you don't have to agree with everybody, but you can still get knowledge. All right, I'm gonna go to the next guest. Julian, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Good night. My name is Julian Sterling. I'm from Jamaica. I'm black.
Peace, sister.
All right. Um, Marcus Garvey is from Jamaica, right? Nani is from Jamaica. Nani of the Maroon is from Jamaica. Bob Marley is from Jamaica. Jimmy Cliff is from Jamaica, right? And for what they have gone through in America, it is absurd to know that artist is going out there to put out music and it's positive vibes, and they treat him like that. Marcus Garvey, they send him to prison and then they deport him here. They send him to prison
for taxes.
For taxes that he did not owe. So in order for that now, Malcolm X and you have Martin Luther King, boy, I'm telling you, we go through struggling, top of struggling, top of struggling. Our ancestors go through back pain, go to prison, get lashes on the field, out there in the cane field. It's time now for us to stand up as a nation and stand up with each other now and to fight the good fight, because this is what we are here for now. We have to join forces with each other, because some people, because of the racism that they're portraying, the white do not like the black in America. We are going through hardship. We are going through hardship. They have the whip over our back still. The whip is over our back still. It doesn't, they said slavery abolish. It is not, it don't abolish. The whip is still on our back. And I agree with everything that Dee said. And my sister here said, and moderator, you make my day. Every night I listen to you and I am learning each and every day. Each and every day. And I thank you, my sister D, for what I have achieved tonight. I have learned. I am here on the sideline listening to what's going on, and I am learning each and every day. And thank you guys very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elder. We appreciate you. That's our elders speaking some love into the live. As Africans, we always respect our elders, and I appreciate you sharing that love with us, Auntie. Thank you. All right, we're gonna keep it rolling. I hope y'all celebrating Kwanzaa. I know some of y'all was getting was getting Christmas gifts, buying your children video games, didn't buy them no books, funding your child's future incarceration. Uh-oh. I sound wild now, right? Uh-oh. Funding your child's future incarceration with video games and sugar is not the way. Brothers and sisters, funding your little boy's future incarceration with video games and sugar is not the way. I've been learning a lot about, Black Parent Advocate, a lot of the work that Umar is doing. Everyone wants to focus on his little hot takes on little videos, but they haven't read what the brother's really actually doing and what he's talking about. And it's worth talking about. He talks about how sugar is sugar withdrawal is the reason why a lot of children can't sit still in the classroom and get diagnosed with ADD or ADHD rather. And I know that's real because I've had sugar withdrawals as a grown man. Like I used to smoke tobacco with my devil's lettuce. And when I stopped, I had withdrawals. Definitely did. I was fiending. You know what I'm saying? I even looked at a Marlboro or two. I'm like, man, it's rough out here. Then after that, my wife tried to get me to tone down on sugar. Right after that, and it felt like I went through all those withdrawals, came back up, and then went through a whole nother set of withdrawals that was even worse. Sugar is the most addictive substance on earth. It's more addictive than nose dust. And we give it to our children like it's nothing. We give them video games, and then we tell them to go to school and sit down and listen to a bunch of lies about white men. And because they can't sit still, they get diagnosed with things that make the government money. Because the students become more valuable, the government will pay more for students that have special needs. So they're quick to give them that diagnosis. So Brother Umar's been breaking that down. I would encourage y'all that have children, young children, to read that book, Black Parent Advocate. I haven't read it yet, but I've listened to a lot of his lectures on it. And what he's spitting is facts. We know that already. So I think that's something y'all should look into. And giving your children video games and telling your children that they need to go play football or basketball is not doing nothing but funding their future incarceration. Teach your child a trade so that they have the skills to pay the bills. I don't know what my child's gonna be skilled at. I plan on finding that out. But if they want to be a carpenter, electrician, things like that, that's what he kind of promotes. Because those are skills that pay bills to this day. You can make in a week what a lawyer makes in a year as an electrician. But also, if you don't, if your child's not, going that route, you could also look at, coding, Python, different things, data analytics. There's different things you could teach children. That's really what I would focus on with b1initiative.org is teaching children how to code. These are skills that pay bills, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Stop raising your children to go get a degree they can't use in an anti-black world. Like the degree is not going to get you hired, black man, black woman. It's not going to get the degree ain't going to do it. The studies show that thin Libyans without a degree get the same jobs that sisters get with a master. With a master's, the most educated demographic in the world means that black women should be leading in every industry, every single one. They should be president. They should be mayor all across America. There should be more black women on TV, promoting books and running for office and CEOs of companies and winning awards because they're the most educated demographic in America. But that certificate is just a certificate for permission to work on a plantation, and so it don't work. So I'm gonna keep going before I start going on too far. Let's go to the next guest. Raven, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
I am 23 and I'm black and I go by she, her.
All right.
I'm kind of stuck on your first one. I feel really split just because I feel like interracial relationships, like they have children and then they realize that they can't protect their children, which is, of course, it confuses the child, which I think is harmful to the black community ultimately. But I think it gives other cultures or other ethnicities and stuff like the space to talk about what they've been ignoring, which is the issue that's going on in the black community. Secondly, is racial preference a fetish? Yeah, I think preferences should be based on personality, not necessarily like what a person looks like. Saying that their preference is, and then saying is like another race, that completely like, okay, that kind of reveals itself.
So would you say it's still a fetish if a black man prefers to be with a black woman?
In a sense, well, no, because I think that's like you just like yourself.
Good answer.
You get
Good
what I'm
answer. You figured it
saying?
out. You figured it was like a Rubik's Cube. I was waiting, but you figured it out. That's good. All right. I commend you. Proceed.
Can non-black people be pro-black? I feel like just because there's not enough people that can actually make a power adjustment within our economical status and like political status, like it's not possible for an individual to change that unless they pull in all the strings and they have control of the government. No, I don't agree with that. But can a black and white culture peacefully coexist? I mean, it's been a couple of 100 years and we're still the bodies in federal prisons. We're the majority of it, so I don't know. We can argue about committing crimes and stuff, but it just disproportionately that black men and women are incarcerated for longer sentences than anyone else. It doesn't. No, I don't know. It hasn't happened. I don't want to speak in the absolute, but it hasn't happened so far.
I know. The reason we so scared is because we there's a movie coming out that I don't know. I'm not going to promote on here. Y'all don't watch this movie, y'all, but it's called Magical Negroes, and it's about it speaks to our job to keep them comfortable. And that's the reason why a lot of brothers and sisters come up here and try to straddle the fence, but they know the answer. Y'all know the answer, but you don't want to make them too uncomfortable, because Julia Hare says that we have a little white tea man inside of us at all times, and that's our biggest battle every day, is to fight that person inside of us. So
well,
there's never been a time where anyone could peacefully coexist with white tea culture. And what I tell brothers and sisters is, when you see discussions about race and you see
my
that
argument,
word,
what is white culture? I have not seen it. All I've
it
seen
exists. It exists. It's
is like picking and choosing through other people's cultures.
Stealing culture is white tea culture.
But is that that seems just like a characteristic. That's not really like a tradition. Well, never mind. It didn't happen so many times. It's traditional at this point. Never mind.
Trauma done to an individual creates personality. Trauma done to a community creates trauma done to a family creates tradition. So we got personality, tradition, and then trauma done to a community creates culture. So white tea folks have the trauma of not seeing people as human, and they've traumatized themselves so much that if they were to begin to see people as human, they might have to look back at their history and themselves critically, and that is their number one fear, which is why they have to ban books in libraries and stop critical race theory from being taught to children. Um,
Mm.
so that's the problem, and that's the reason why empathy, or the capacity for empathy rather, has to be learned between the ages of 3 and 5. By the time they reach 5, if they have not uh, you know, gained the capacity for empathy, then a child is pretty much doomed. But then after they have the capacity for empathy, before the age of 15, it is shown that the child needs to actually have empathy. If they don't learn empathy before the age of 15, the child is doomed, because by the time you have treated people with apathy for so long, the idea of empathy and looking at other people the way you look at yourself is going to hurt you, because you're going to look back and say, dang, I bullied people in school. I did so many things, and I didn't even care if they were human. Oh man, it's just it becomes too hard for your ego to handle. And
Mm.
so that's why we have to teach children anti-racism, but the adults who have that guilt want to protect children who don't have that guilt and can learn empathy, but because the adults have that guilt, they don't want the children to learn. And
Oh, okay.
yeah,
But
so that's the thing.
that's why I'm confused on the answer to the first one, because I feel like that's the opportunity. Cause like
And
I've
that's to the
No.
detriment of our community and a child.
I think
yeah.
that's the scariest thing, is for someone to think that you can jeopardize a child for other people to learn what they've been doing historically and they continue to do. If these people did not know that they were racist, if they did not know how the system works, then when they see black people being oppressed, when they saw George Floyd being unalived, they would have stood up and rioted like they do at those damn games when they lose, and shaking and flipping over cars. It is the idea that we think they do not understand. When they see you being treated a particular way and they continue to do what they're doing and look the other way, but when it is them, they completely want everyone to stop. And we're the ones that sit here and think these people are not aware of what's going on. If somebody wasn't aware and then you showed them, their whole personality, their whole attitude towards something would change. But they will look at it and then look away and say, oh, that's because he shouldn't have been there. He was on drugs. He's had a fake $20 bill. It is the idea and ideology that we sit here and say that we should allow ourselves to be their what's the word, their tools of training. Like, let's
Yeah.
just let, if they have a biological
Damn.
child, they learn. No, they don't, because you got grown kids on this app that'll tell you how horrible their mothers were, and they laid up with plenty of black men. And the same for these white men.
Dang.
Mind if I jump in real quick?
Go ahead, sister.
Mm.
So, we were on D's live today and we were talking about we didn't even get into what the topic was yet. I think she did her introduction, her lovely introduction that she always does. And we had a YT woman come up on the panel. And she gave us the whole, I believe you can get out of poverty. I grew up in the Section 8 housing and this, that, and the third. And we're listening to her talk, and she's, saying just a bunch of ignorant things. And we ended up getting to the core of why she got to the yes, Red. We ended up getting to the core of why she came up to the panel. She's raising black children. When I tell you she pulled out every just negative stereotype of black people, used microaggressions towards us, when we had explained to her, we had asked her if she knew anything about redlining, if she knew anything about the school to prison pipeline, if she knew anything about the infant mortality rate for black women, if she knew anything about the things that we deal with. And she said no, and she ignored all of that and said she still feels like anybody can pull themselves up by their bootstraps. It was like she felt the need to come in and tell us what to do. And when we gave her pushback, and the pushback literally was just statistics and facts. She said, you guys are being rude. And I said to her, and you are raising black children. This is how you feel towards us. And you are raising black children. We had a gentleman get up on the panel right after her, and he was saying that he felt he tokenized and said he feels like the Black community is cool, blah blah blah. Said he feels more safe with us, more comfortable with us, and a bunch of things, right? And it came out that he said that he prefers to date Black women. He's interested in Black women. I asked him the same questions. He had no knowledge, right? And when I said, so you're going to tell me that you prefer to date a race, but you know nothing about this race. So what is the point of you dating Black women? He said, because they're loyal. I said, you know who else wanted Black people to be loyal to them? Massa.
Oh, damn.
Like the things that came out of his mouth, it just got worse and worse and worse. Yeah, he said he had a sweet tooth for Black women. That's a fetishization, right? Literally, all that he saw us as was just something that is worth servitude towards him. And that's it. These people don't, and I used to say that they'll only do enough to just get in bed with you, right? No, it's not even that. They don't even see you as human. They don't see your struggles. They don't understand your struggles. And there is no intent to understand your struggles, even when they have children. You'll get a few that might, but even when they have children, and these people are raising these children, it's a detriment.
Yeah, that's a
It is
detriment.
harmful.
Yeah. Okay. I see okay. Yeah. It shouldn't come at the expense of a child. Yeah. Okay. No, it is
Yeah.
harmful. It's harmful.
One last thing I want to say is when we look at this word white tea in reference to a race of people, we have to always remember it is never devoid of violence. It is never to be separated from violence. This is a violent word. This is a very violent word. This is a word that has done a lot of damage to our people from 400 years ago to this day. It's disingenuous when some of us look at this word and just look at it as just a nice, way to categorize a certain group of people. Like, some people have this name, some people have that name, some people have this color, some people have that color. This color means that you're at the top of a hierarchy built to oppress the people over here. So this word should always be associated with violence whenever you read it in that context. So when we talk about interracial relationships and how they can be harmful, we're talking about can peaceful people that have never colonized, have never enslaved a people from a foreign land, or we're talking about a people that were subjected to all these years of mistreatment, can they be in a relationship with people that have identified themselves with a harmful social caste system? Always remember, race is a caste system. There's a movie coming out by Ava DuVernay next month where she addresses this. We're going to have a book club about it. The name of the book is Caste by Isabella Wilkerson. The full name is Caste: The Origin of Our Discontents. The movie by Ava DuVernay is going to be Origin, and it talks about how racism operates as a caste system. It is not a spectrum where there is, if you're too far left, you're wrong. If you're too far right, you're just as wrong. White on this side, black on this side, everyone's even. No, there's a top and there's a bottom. We at the bottom cannot peacefully coexist with those at the top. So until one day when race is no more, then there will be no such thing as white people. Then there will be no such thing as black people. We be African. We're just of African lineage, African descent. And everyone, when I say, "What's up, black man?" He's like, "Oh, what do you mean? I'm wearing black today? What are you talking about?" When everyone don't know what race is no more because it is such a thing of the past, then we can come back around. Right now, y'all, we are still in these locked up in these people's basement, and we sitting here discussing whether or not we can love them. They have not improved our conditions at all. So that's the problem.
And my brother, you put out a valuable point there, where we cannot, in this era, right? We cannot expect them to say they're sorry for what they have done to us, because they are not gonna admit to their wrong, admit to their fault, but everything they base on black people. We have we have color. We the nation of colors is like we are nothing in the sight of them,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and blood run through them and water run through us. And it's time for us to stand up for right now.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely
We are
appreciate
all
that.
because right now I need to get a copy of that book too
Mm-hmm.
that you're talking about. Because
Yeah.
I would love to read up on my history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's cast
Because
the origin.
you're teaching me, and D is teaching me. Because majority of this stuff I did not know. So I
Mm-hmm.
have to listen to you guys at night and to get some closure, because we've been in slavery for years now, for thousands of years, and the white men just have us with the whip on our backs.
Mm-hmm.
And it's time now for them to stop it. We have to stick to our own nations. No,
Mm-hmm.
we cannot cross it. So we have to stick with our own brothers now and sisters now. We have to join forces with our brothers and sisters.
I heard that. I heard that. And yeah, that's a common misconception that the internet has induced on us, is that people do look at things now in a spectrum because there's only a like button. So you either like something or you don't. It goes either way. It doesn't really matter. No one is more powerful than the next person because we can see everyone's life constantly on the internet. Nothing is more important. Nothing is sacred than anything else. What is sacred these days? Like you watch TV, nothing is sacred. Nothing is private. Everything is just all out in the open. Just we talk about whatever we want to talk about, defile whatever norm we want. And that being the case, it's made it so that people believe black people can be racist and we could be just as racist as those that invented race to be used against us. But somehow, in the midst of our oppression, we can wield this thing that was built to be used against us, against those in power, and prevail. Like that is why, like that is a wild thought. Like, how do you? And honestly, it speaks to a psychologist after World War II that did a study. Appreciate you, homie. That did a study on the 10 stages of GE no side after World War II, where they had GE no side, right? He did a study and he listed the 10 stages of GE no side. And on the 10th stage, the oppressor starts to blame the oppressed for everything that he's done. That's the 10th last stage before a fascist authoritarian government takes over, is they start to actually blame and persecute those that they've already been persecuting, but under the pretense of they are doing to us what we have done to them. That is when we reach the final stage of guilt, where they start to flip it on us. So I would even be wary, everybody, all the brothers and sisters that you see on these lives, talking about black people can be racist, and they seem like they're just doing it for entertainment, doing it for fun, but really they're spreading a propaganda and they're participating in a unaliving mission, a GE no side of their own people when they propagate that. But okay, I'll go to the next guest.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Omi. You gonna say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that you were talking about how nothing's sacred anymore, and that really hit deep with me because there's certain days of the week that in my tradition I'm supposed to wear all white and I have to cover my head, right?
Mm-hmm.
I so sometimes it falls on a Saturday, sometimes it's a Friday. When I have to come in all white and I have my head wrapped and I have my alekes on,
Mm-hmm.
my I got some comments from my coworkers and my boss, and they're like, "Oh, that's so boho, like that's cute, that's so bohemian," and I was like, I didn't know whether to say thank you or the vomit, honestly. Um, and it's like I don't want to tell them what my tradition is, but I want to let them know that no, it's not. It's not an aesthetic, And so I educated them. I'm like, actually, it's a sacred practice of my people, but I appreciate y'all. But yeah, but that so when you talked about nothing being sacred anymore, that just like reminded me of that.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing's sacred anymore. We all live in a episode of South Park. South Park was known as the show where nothing was sacred.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we're living in South Park. I'll go to the next guest. Bree, what's going on, sister?
Hello, Brother Legend. How are you doing?
Peace, I'm well, Queen. What's going on?
Um, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. It's kind of funny that this live came up today because I am living in a condo with an interracial couple, and the the YT woman was assaulting him, and he got arrested like at 3
Yeah, it happened.
today. Yeah, it was
Mm-hmm.
crazy.
I've
Um,
seen it happen as well. It really, like, this is Jonathan Majors is not some rare case. It really happens. Like, brothers,
Mama
I
too,
don't know.
as a kid.
Every black man knows a black man this happened to. Like, I don't believe like brothers don't know what's going on. This happens.
oh, it's so bad here. Um, my father's best friend, he had 12 different children by 12 different YT women, and the one that he was living with that was living with his mama, she pushed his mom from her porch, and this is a 98-year-old woman, and the police arrested her. I'm just like, how could you just arrest a 98 woman when she's pushed off her own stoop? It's madness. I said, this is mad. But to the questions at hand, are interracial relationships harmful? Huh? Did someone say something? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard. Um, are interracial relationships harmful to the black community? Yes. They've been super harmful to my community, and I consider myself a black person. I don't really think biracial or mixed means anything. It's just white people losing numbers and trying to accumulate more people. But like when I see girls go be like a light skinned kitty cat number 5, I don't, that mind state is just whack to me, to see yourself as a shade. And I just think that it's caused a lot of like mental dysphoria with the people I know, especially because there are a lot of um children here that have black, white, or white moms and dads. So I think it's very harmful. Um, is racial preference a fetish? Yes, definitely. My mom definitely had a fetish. My dad definitely had a fetish. But then they both hated black people, and I think my position of being very pro-black bothered them like very much so. And can black and white culture peacefully coexist? No, it can't. They hate us. Like, if you ask a black person, like, why do you hate white people? I don't know one black person that doesn't have a situation of somebody they know, or just our history in general, that is an actual valid reason, where white people, they don't actually have a reason. It's just the color of our skin, which I think is just the most unintelligent thing you could hate. You could hate about a person, but they are how they are, so it's like that. But yeah, that's how I feel. Oh, I wanted to say something you had said earlier, Brother Legend, uh, about sugar dyes. People, don't let your children eat colors in food. Blue, red, green, they all um cause what people think are like bipolar or autistic, and they'll diagnose your child and give them medicine they don't need when they just needed to not eat colored dye. I'm sorry if that was off topic, but it was to about what you said earlier that I wanted to say. Like,
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
Okay. Go ahead, D.
I got into it with this girl earlier, and after cussing her out and you left, and I lost my live or whatever, I had to come back. And then the YT man talking about black woman was his sweet tooth. I said the same. Holy Spirit, activate, activate, activate. Holy Spirit, activate, activate, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. All right, y'all. Hello, hello, hello. And welcome in, you guys. Welcome in to Brother Legends Live. Guys, you are in Brother Legends Live. I need you to tap that screen, power tap that screen. Matter of fact, I need you to tap that screen like you were tapping that ass last night. Tap, 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 power tap that screen. 125 is goal. I need you to get active. I need you to share the live. Share with your friends, your enemies. Share with your frenemies, but share it and tap out like these dudes do be doing on this app. Tap dance like the shoes are black when Black Swan asks, what color are those shoes? I need you guys to make sure you're subscribing here at Brother Legends Live. Click that heart. And also on YouTube. Y'all go find him on Twitter as well. He been over there acting a fool. And I need you guys to make sure that you go join Discord and be a part of the family. B1initiative.org. Also, we got a big fund going on here. You guys need to donate. Send $2, send $10, send $30. But it would be lovely if you send 50. Goals 1,000. We need you guys to help us while we build this mansion. Matter of fact, with Empire. But at the end of the day, it's going to a great cause. Please understand that if you don't tap and you don't dance, what do you do? Make sure you send in some pause when these people come up here with their poonisms. But at the end of the day, I'm going to tap out and you need to tap in.
Appreciate you, D. It's been quite a live, y'all. Anybody else want to come up and answer the questions up above me? Feel free. We got 400 people in here, so y'all definitely here. Anybody want to come up? We'll give you a grade from A to F based on how you answer the questions. Give us yes, no, brief reason why. I'll also answer the questions down in the comments as we wait for someone to come on up. Everybody here is kind of spoken. Laura, you want to come up here?
Holy Spirit, activate.
Really quick before Lori pops up, I wanted to talk about something that I've seen on the lives in some of our spaces that I kind of think is problematic, and I think Brother Legend, you would agree. When talking about products of interracial dating, people have talked about how, okay, biracial isn't a race. We agree to that. But there's this one person who had a live, and they were talking about biracial or black biracial people and white biracial people, but that felt like an oxymoron to me because if you're white, you could never be biracial.
Was this a woman? Woman presenting person?
Yes. And their name is like Ebony something. I think you know who I'm talking about. Ebony Rose.
Yeah, Ebony Rose. I know who you're talking about also.
Yeah. And her co-host, I forget what her co-host's name is. But they were talking about white biracial people, and I'm like, that doesn't exist. And I didn't get to address them because she wouldn't let me up into the panel. But I'm like, when you talk about YT biracial people, you're erasing their blackness. And that's really problematic. And like people were talking about examples of YT biracial people, and they brought up people like Logic and some other people. I'm like, Logic is more pro-black than a lot of more black presenting biracial people. So like that didn't make sense to me. I don't know. I was curious what your thoughts were on
I would be
that.
careful saying more pro-black, but less problematic. Yeah.
Less problematic. Okay, we'll go. Yeah.
But that's only because he doesn't identify himself as black. He identifies himself with his biracialness.
Oh,
But
really? Okay, I didn't know that
yeah,
part. Okay.
yeah, he refuses. A black man sat next to him, Charlemagne, and said, "You're a black man." He was like, "I'm biracial."
What? Oh, okay.
That's what ended his career because
Oh yeah.
he
Well, that
had
ended me streaming his music just now.
yeah.
So
Yeah, it dropped after that. You know me, I was in the music biz, so I actually knew Logic. I knew of Logic and his manager way back in like '09 when I first even thought of making music. I ran into his manager or who would become his manager, and he told me I got this new artist, Logic, and I sent them a bunch of beats. I never heard back because I was brand new at making beats. They probably sucked, but yeah. Uh I watched him go on that Breakfast Club interview and I'm like, I don't know, this is kind of, you gotta be careful because his music is kind of, you know, really democratic. And by Democrat I mean like liberal left Democrat, blue, you know what I'm saying? And he goes up there, Charlemagne asked him, he said, "You a black man?" He's like, "Well, my dad is, but I'm biracial." And they try to get it out of him and he wouldn't do it. And he's on the Breakfast Club, you know, where there's brothers and sisters, you know, like Umar wouldn't even be famous if it wasn't for the Breakfast Club because there's so many brothers and sisters that watch that platform. So, you know, it just wasn't a good look for him. And the YT community had already accepted him. And yeah, that shot his whole career down. But anyway, to your question, I mean, I don't think it was even a question. You're right. It's problematic to say that there are YT biracial. It's not even problematic. It's just ignorant because YT folks don't agree with this. Like, you'll have some of them that'll agree with it because they want their son to be seen as, you know, half black, half white because they don't want to admit that the rest of the world is going to treat them as black. But even if you pass, right, you quote unquote pass, meaning you don't only present, but you take the next step into, you know, I feel like Meghan Markle tried to pass. You know what
I
I'm saying?
agree.
Because her hair straightened. She was straightening the hell out of that
She
hair.
kept it straight.
Yeah. So, you know, there are those that pass, and it's like even they get treated with anti-blackness. You know, Meghan Markle did, and you know what I'm saying. So it's like
Right. As soon as the Triple K find out that you got a little admixture in there,
it's
they don't
over.
accept you. It doesn't matter if you're half and half or a quarter or whatnot. They're not going to accept you. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm like, if you understand, like, that's why it was weird. Like, people will talk about racism as a construct and systemic racism and why the black community could never be racist. But then at the same time, they'll make some paradoxical identity within that understanding that there's YT biracial people, which just makes absolute no sense because the moment that people find out that they have a black parent, they're not going to be considered white in that
That's it.
systemic oppression. So yeah, I thought that was weird. So I'm like, am I
Yeah.
tripping or I don't know.
It's when black people take on the oppressor's idea of race and try to, like, because the reason they created white was to keep all other colors away from them. That's why we're people of color to them, and they're people without color. So can't be a person without color and with a color at the same time. So that being the case, the whole point was to keep their community pure and away from all of you others. And there's never going to be a time when that changes, as long as what Dr. Francis Cress Welsing calls uh, white tea genetic insecurity. Let's just call it an insecurity. As long as they have the non-melanated insecurity that fuels racism, that is the cause of racism, they are not going to want those that come from melanin or able to produce melanin being a part of their social group. If Logic was running for president, and a white T man was running for president, that pure, monoracial white T person would have much better odds, just because they still don't see him as all the way in, and that's where ideally they would weaponize that that mask that they can put on. But it don't happen much. I mean, it happens, but not all the time.
And people will talk about how Obama had, more, or like say somebody like Kamala Harris would have more privilege than, somebody who was quote monoracial. But I'm like, that's just colorism though. Like that, like I'm like, y'all will talk about colorism all day and talk about systemic racism, but then like do mental gymnastics around that. And it feels like, erasure at some point. And there was something I was going to say about that too, but I kind of lost my train of thought. Sorry, I'm like cooking at the same time. But yeah, I think it was no, maybe it'll come back. I'll go on mute and maybe it'll come back later or something.
What's interesting too is Dr. Francis Cress Welsing said that Barack Obama's white tea mother is the reason why he couldn't do things specifically for black people. Because he felt that he had to be more balanced than that. He had to be more fair. Yeah.
Crazy how that's a thing, like the need to include and not exclude the YT person, even though they have more capital and they benefit more from whatever system rises black people.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, that's the YT woman's role in racism, YT supremacy. That's their role. Their role is to disarm and he said it was like a hypnosis that they put us in so that we don't think about race anymore. Like that's what they do. That's what they do to their children. That's what they do to Jonathan Majors. They're disarming you from defending your people, because they tell you that we're not like the rest of them. Race isn't, you're not black, you're biracial, you're all races, you're both. You know what I'm saying? Like that's their mechanism. That's what they do. Is create that illusion. So that's an interesting way to think of it.
Yeah. And I remembered what it was I was going to say is that these people who push this problematic ideology, they wouldn't dare tell somebody who is YT presenting but half YT and half indigenous. They wouldn't dare tell that person that you're a YT indigenous person. That doesn't make any sense. And that, you know what I'm saying? And so like you wouldn't call that person a YT biracial, but you'll do it to people in the black community, which is weird. Which, people really got to really need to understand that if you are a black person in America, that you are a detribalized indigenous person of the continent. And you gotta, And if you're a detribalized person, that means you got to reconnect. And that is, there's a lot of power in that. Like, it's not something anybody should be ashamed of. But it's like we have these conversations with detribalized people in the indigenous community. I don't know why I don't hear this conversation happening more often in the Black community. I know a lot of Pan-African people are of that mindset. I wish more people were of that mindset, regardless if you're Pan-African or not. But yeah, that was the thought that I had, was like, you want to apply that, oppressive, erasive logic to indigenous people who have a YT parent. Why are you doing it to us? It's weird.
True. Yeah, speaking of indigenous, man, I've been going back and forth with the ADOS FBA folks on Twitter. It has been a time. It has been a time. This has been one hell of a Kwanzaa, man. I hope all of y'all celebrating Kwanzaa in your own way. Today's theme is Ujima, which means collective work and responsibility. I've been having a time. My goodness, I didn't know it was this real. And the reason it hurts is because so many of them have been calling me all type of tether and all type of all this other stuff, not knowing I'm I don't want to say that word. I'm about to say full-blooded American, but you know what I mean. I'm American as it get, pretty much. I don't even speak another language. Not that. Not saying that's something I'm proud of, but Americans tend to, ignorant Americans tend to not know more than English. So I'm just saying I'm about as American as it gets, as far as Black. But I don't consider myself American first. I consider myself an African in America, an African of the American tribe, a displaced African. Um, but it's been a time. I mean, the fight for reparations is getting nasty. We're just turning on each other. And that's where we're seeing a lot of the pretendian rhetoric on TikTok. I've now traced it back to its source. It definitely comes from people that are funded by the government. Anybody that tells you they're ADOS or FBA, they are not us. All right. So all my Africans worldwide, brothers and sisters, you are in a safe space here. I'm an American that I'm an African brother in America that puts his people. When they asked Marcus Garvey if he was an African or a Jamaican, Marcus Garvey said, "I would never trade a continent for an island, and I would never trade an entire continent for a country." So I'm African first, and that's what my platform is all about. If you got a problem with that, you might want to go somewhere else. But we definitely not doing that ADOS FBA nonsense over here. That stuff, that's evil. And
Yeah,
that's
and
what greed will get you.
the
Go ahead,
biggest
Rashad.
problem, with separating from Africans, which is really like what that is, right? Because they try to claim heritage, and we can do all that. We can recognize the difference between continental Africans and displaced Africans. Even though there might be minuscule, we do have differences, but that's not what unites us, right? What unites us is how we're similar. We're very, very similar. So
Yeah.
I just think those differences that they try to uphold like it's gospel, it's just they're so minute. They don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, are you of the advancement of black people or are you not? Is the question that I would ask. I
Mm-hmm.
don't really asking what part of the world do you have a passport in. Like, I really don't care for black people or not. I think that's the line that needs to be drawn. But when you start
Mm-hmm.
talking about how Africans did this and how they sold us into this. And it's so like at this point you're playing semantics. It's like, does it
Mm-hmm.
matter? Does it matter if we're all being oppressed the same way and being subjugated the same way by the exact same source? Does it
Mm-hmm.
matter how we group ourselves together. As long as we are together, we don't have
But
to
look
do
at
these.
my
What's up?
thing is, look at what they doing. Look at what they doing to themselves, right? They are trading in, because this is the thing. When we were brought to this land, right, our ancestors were intentionally told they was not African. They was intentionally disconnected from that, because you cannot subjugate a people if they come from the richest history, land, and culture to
Yeah,
have ever existed. So you can't tell them they're inferior if that's the case. So in order to do that, you have to call them a color. You have to call them black. You have to separate them from their mothers and their father, keep them in circulation, keep them away from their African roots. They can only do but so much because we still got it in us. Definitely. I was just talking to Julian here, and she reminded me of my mother. She reminded me of my auntie growing up. She from Jamaica. When I meet a black woman anywhere, there's always something that is like, okay, yeah, I feel it. You know what I'm saying? It's deep. But anyway,
that's
you
an
know,
important feeling, by the way, and it's
you know
crazy
what I'm
that you say
saying?
that. But yeah,
Yeah,
continue. I'm sorry, I had to.
yeah. But look at what they doing. They trading in their Africanness in order to get white wealth. That's what they really
Yeah,
want. They want
it's that
reparations.
capitalism, proximity is what they desire, and whether or not you think we should deserve reparations, we definitely are in the conversation to deserve. But I'm not finna beg no white person for no type of, you know what I'm saying.
Ain't that
We
ain't
got
that though?
problems.
Yeah.
We got problems. We gotta solve. It's gonna take us to solve them, not nobody else. Like we make the distinction between anti-racist and pro-black. That's a bit of anti-racism. The reparations thing. That of course that's only just one facet of African liberation. So
Yeah.
yeah,
And
you think it's all, you know what I'm saying. Some of it is counterintuitive, which is why we have to point it out. It's not good that we make a separating distinction between us and continental Africans. That's just so useless. It does nothing but harm us in the long end.
right. And it's literally selling your soul for some bread. Like it's literally selling your soul. Like it's wild because you will claim to be the descendants of slavery. You will claim to be the descendants of a system that oppressed your ancestors and your people. You will claim to be an American descendant of an oppressive institution before you'll be an African? That's
Yeah, if
wild
they
to me.
told me if they told me you had to deny your Africanness for reparations, then I guess I'll just be broke.
That's what I'm saying. And then FBA, same thing. Foundational Black Americans. So where's Africa in that? Like
Right.
when I spoke with my wife about ADOS, we were trying to figure out what it stood for. I asked D2 the other day what it stand for, and they both said the same thing because we Pan African. She said African descendants of slavery. So that's what we thought. That's initially like that just makes more
Dang,
sense.
I wish I would have thought that when I first saw it.
And so I
Nah.
said no, it's American. So why even the people that brought us here, the descendants of them people, you know what people I'm talking about. Lips look like this. You know what I'm saying? Them pointy nose people, you know what I'm saying? Snowciopaths. Okay? Those people to this day are not American. They're not. The proper name of a people
Facts.
derived from their land, history, and culture going back thousands of years. They are not American. They are English and European settlers. They are settlers on American land. They're not American.
And if they were American, they would a lot of them would be ADOS technically because I not chattel slavery, don't get me effed up, but I mean like the Irish and the Scots and the Welsh, I'm like they're descendants of slavery, not chattel. Don't get me like so are y'all going to welcome them down to the potluck? Like the hell? Like it's weird. It's so weird.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like I think like again, like I just don't know why that we're not having the detribalized conversation. It's the same conversation. It's the
Right.
same conversation. I mean, when you see yourself as and that's what I was going to connect to what you were saying, Rashad. The idea, but like I was just going to say this though, was you said you'd rather be poor than not claim your Africanness. But see, that's the reason why you'll never be poor. And that's the reason why they will always be hungry, because they don't understand Aj, which is wealth and prosperity. It isn't just money. And the reason why, sorry, sorry, I got a phone call. I had the silence. But the reason why we are suffering from this lack, this need, is because they disconnected us from our Africanness. They destroyed our language. They destroyed our understanding of Aj. So when you re-tribalize yourself, you reconnect, you cultivate that understanding, you'll always be wealthy. They won't. They won't.
Mm-hmm.
That's their loss. It doesn't matter if they get reparations or not.
Yeah, that's facts. And so, yeah, I think it's sad to see so many people falling for it, and understand that when you go on these websites for both of these quote unquote, I don't know, organizations, I guess that's what they are. I don't know what they are, but when you go on their websites, both FBA and ADOS, it's American flags. It's American flag colors, rather. Red, black, I'm sorry, red, white, and blue. Red, white, and blue. That's what their colors are on both of these pages. That's what they're representing. They're trying to co-opt a system that literally was built to oppress them. They want a piece of white tea power. They don't want to
Yeah,
help build. They don't want to help build with us.
and the red flag is the flag, man. Like, what serious African would ever fly that flag, man? What
Right.
serious black person would ever choose those colors
They're not
after
flying no red.
knowing
They're
the
not.
context and the history and the significance behind those colors and what has been done in the name of
Red, white, and
red,
blue.
white, and blue. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Black, green, and red is that's good enough for me. It's good enough for me.
That's good enough for me too. What's going on, Kay? How you doing, sister?
Hey, what's up? You know, I ain't gonna go. I didn't want to interrupt the name. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Always. How y'all
Mm-hmm.
doing? Good.
Doing
Good.
great.
Happy Kwanzaa.
Great.
Yeah. Happy
Today is
Kwanzaa.
Ujima.
Oh yeah. I think, man, I had came in here the other time, and I think I had said, what did I say to you? I said the Swahili words for what's the good news for Kwanzaa, and I don't think you knew what I meant. Oh, I said, Gabin Hanas. I think that's what I said.
Oh, I didn't know that. No, I didn't know it just now either.
It is
You
part
said
of it. Yeah.
Gabin Hanas?
Yeah, it's like
I
Gabananas.
gotta see how it's spelled.
Yeah,
I
it's
used,
I'm not good with pronouncing it all the way, but
I
because
gotta
it's
look that one up.
Swahili for what's the good news. It's like part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. But no, I had came in because I had wanted to talk about. Well, you know how I already feel about the topics, but I had wanted to talk about what I have really been seeing lately is the
Mm-hmm.
hyping up and the integration in our communities because it's been really getting me. I feel like every time I get on Facebook or something, I always have to see a thin Lipian, the center of attention, when I'm looking at the sorority or the Divine Nine, and it makes me like, I be like, really? So you chose to go to a HBCU? You chose to take that spot away from a brother or a sister, and then it's
Mm-hmm.
us hyping them up, right? Like the
Mm-hmm.
mediocrity, the bare minimum,
Hey,
like.
them boys can pick who they want in they frat and sorority. I want you to know that they pick who they want in it. But you're right.
Mm.
No, I mean I agree. Like I know you have to go through certain things. You have to pay your dues too. Like, cause I seen this video with AKAs and she was
Picking them people.
dancing.
They picking them YT people
Yeah,
up to prop up.
Yeah, and they want to make them the center of attention because, like I said, they go viral, right? And now she's
Mm.
the center of attention. And it's like, it's still weird to me, though, because, like I said, that could be a spot for a sister, but y'all want to cheer on mediocrity where it's the bare minimum. And again, the Divine Nine's rules in history, like, do they not look at that in regards to letting somebody come in? Because it strictly does say black people. It's not like it's just, oh, these are the new rules. Like, they haven't changed those rules. They haven't changed what you
Because the
can say.
Deltas have a YT lady. I look, I deal with the Delta president, and I've been dealing with her for some years because I've been dealing with her daughter since she was in a freshman in high school. With the services that I do for her, they had a YT woman that was like part of the main committee, and I mean years ago, like 20 years ago. That like they have been infiltrating our stuff. Like and this is my issue. My issue isn't just with black people. My issue is with white people feeling entitled to the space and not giving people space. They feel like
Mm.
instead of them saying, you know what, y'all don't have nothing of your own, let us not get involved, they jump in and they insert themselves even when you don't want them there. And there's no way to discriminate without it being a problem.
And that's what like my whole thing is like they've already been infiltrating it, but the capacity for us to cheer them on seems to just be growing. Like I don't know how many videos I see of Becky lip syncing Young Dolph, and now she gets invited to the cookout. Or I see a YT family and they're having Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever, and they have on some type of music that you know they would not be listening to, like, and they just playing it, and they're like, oh, we're dancing a little bit, and people are like, oh, y'all not lit enough for me. Y'all need some black people over there. No, they don't. Y'all need to stay at home. Like, stop inviting everybody to the cookout because it seemed like every time y'all invite somebody, they turn around and burn us. Why are you trying to invite in the oppressor? Like, they center themselves. Like when Dee said, I think that even when it comes to gatekeeping, I have a different mindset on that. Black people should not have to gatekeep anything. The people who need to be gatekeeping is them folks. Why do you think you should come over here and cross that picket fence of that line and come in what we got going on? Like you should
Mhm.
gatekeep it for us. We don't have anything. Like,
Hey,
be
when you see
real.
that, you need to go underneath it and you need to say, y'all invite them to the cookout. This gonna soon turn into a picnic. Think about it.
Yeah, yeah. Like you said, picnic. Hey, and it's just
Mhm.
crazy how much like we're willing to settle for the bare minimum. And then when you ask for accountability, it's like a whole nother story. Like everybody's ready to go at your throat. They're ready to knock you off your feet. And I just don't understand that because they don't go after them harshly attacking them for what they say. Cause I like even like especially on Facebook, this what gets me. Like you could tell the different demographics on the social platforms. But like when I'm on Facebook and I can make a simple comment, 2 sentences, but it will turn the whole comment section up down. Now my comment got over 1,000 reactions because I didn't want Jaden Alexis, Blueface baby mama, to call me the N-word. Like, why is she
Mm.
saying the N-word in her music?
Right.
Why? Why? You're not black. And then they're like, she has black in her. Okay, and so did a lot of other people that are infamous, but that doesn't mean that they can also say that word. I said, and y'all are just strange because they try to act like, oh, well, her mother's this, her mother's that. I'm like, bruh, she not even directly black. Like, she would be even a smaller percentage of being black because her parents aren't black. Like her grandmother was black in another ethnicity, and even then, her mother, like, that's a transcension and even a less decree of your black genetics. And she doesn't, and even at that, like let's say, okay, she does have a good partial amount of the genetics because I don't want to go on eugenics, and I don't want to say it's based on percentages, but she doesn't live her life as a black woman either. She has said
Mm.
things and done things to her black children that put them in jeopardy and danger. Like
Mm.
you try to imitate being a black woman, but you will turn around and say that people dislike you because of your good hair. Just like Cardi B saying our hair is nappy. Like, and she technically would be more black than Jaden Alexis. But I still find that problematic. Like, it's
Mhm.
just strange to me. It's like I can't say anything about the boundaries I want to have before they want to come and attack me. Like, oh, it should be okay. You know, they did that to us. How do you feel about it? Okay, they did that to us, so I'm doing it to them. Why you think I'm painting my face white every day I go out?
Mm.
Hey, I'm like,
Mm.
y'all tired of making us minstrel shows? I'm gonna flip it back on you. I
You
mean, cause
funny.
it's, I mean, but I'm look, hey, say this, hey, I'm like, cause it just, It's really just the reality that we have no space for ourselves, and when we carve a space out, they don't like it. They're like, oh no, what y'all doing? We need to be the center of attention in here. I'd be like, really? What is wrong with
I
you?
definitely think that they fear it. They 100% fear it. Just like when we talk about black love and relationships, right? Like us being together, they fear that. Like their intention is to always get in and see what's going on. And this has been done to us historically, stripping us of our languages, separating us in so many ways, right? Like they're never going to stop doing that. They fear whenever we have a space and we come together and we unify in any way, shape, or form, it puts fear in them.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
and that's what gets me, for people to be like, oh no, I know these white tea people and they're good people. I'm like, bruh, they might be good people to you, but do they care about your people? Nah, not really. Cause if they walking by a brother they don't know, they clutching their pearls and grabbing their purse and locking their doors. Like that's what I don't get. How can you be so comfortable being
It's
in the
how y'all see
vicinity of
it
that?
though. Okay. What you just said is the primary thing. You said these are some good people. I think there's good racists out there. The problem is they're good people until you need them to stand up for your people, even to stand up for you. Because if they have to push against, like, imagine Mark and Jenna going out to dinner, and one of them says a racial remark. Watch how everybody remains silent, even if you're sitting right there. They're good people until they have to stand on moral. I keep saying it. You're battling. It's black people battling with people that are moralists. You expect morals from moralist people.
Mm.
No,
They're good
I'm with
people.
you. Yeah,
No,
you know I
no,
don't
no. I'm not
expect it.
saying you do, Kay.
Yeah,
I
look, I
know
know.
y'all know
Yeah,
better than
look,
that.
you
Although,
know.
But
although I
I'm
would just
saying that
say,
we think, you know, especially when you hear these brothers talk, it's brothers more than anybody. Lord, y'all be confused. But the attachment to a non-black person, it seems like it's like a oh God, like a trance. The way that man got up when Umar was getting on him, and it was like the demon wanted to jump out. Like she didn't transfer that
He
came
did.
easy
He
to
got up
him.
quick.
He
He
got
couldn't
so
handle it.
pissed.
Mm.
but I would just say real quick though.
that like I don't think there's such thing as a good racist person. Like this is where I kind of disagree, is just because like, and this is what I also talk about, like because people will talk about racism, and they'll talk a lot of times people will mention like explicit racism, but for me the scariest thing is not the explicit racism, but the covert racism. The racism that doesn't tell you, "Hey, I'm racist," because I rather Grandma Karen tell me she's a whole ass YT supremacist than me have to find out the hard way later. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like if you were really a good person, you would stand the hell up. It doesn't matter if you're a YT person or not. And like, so I don't know, like I think my criteria for what makes a good person is like really rigorous. Like I wouldn't even call myself a good person because I'm working my hardest every day to improve. If I was a good person, I wouldn't have to improve nothing. Am I better than the triple K? Absolutely. But I guess maybe my criteria is like really really rigid. But I guess like just what I'm saying is like a covert racist and explicitly racist person are both the same to me in my eyes
They're
anyway.
all
Mm.
they're all the same. It just
Yeah.
depends on what avenue they're in. So when I say
Mm-hmm.
there are good races, there are good people. They will go out and help each other. Brother, you need me to cut those trees down? They'll take their grand. They are good people. Doesn't mean they're a nice racist. That doesn't. They will do good things. They will do kind
Okay.
actions. But
Right.
they are
The
Yeah.
way that
still
I usually explain
racist
it
people.
is I say that racists are nice. And I know that sounds weird, but hear me out.
Oh no, I
Racists
know
are
what you mean
nice,
exactly.
but regular people have kindness. Like them racists, they're nice because they will be nice in your face. They will say, things to you. They will give you things. But it takes a person that has kindness to actually lead you, because truth without kindness is manipulation. Like, and they're nice all day, but they aren't kind. And I say that in a way that, a sheepdog, how they herd the sheep? And those are really kind dogs because they nip at those folks' heels to get them, the sheep's heels, to get them where they need to be. And that's not the nicest thing to do, right? but they're helping them. They're getting them to where they need to be safe. But that's why I say the racists are nice. They are not kind because they don't extend that actual care to get to something that is better or to help you. Like you could be nice all day, like you said, like, "Hey, how you doing?" Yeah, but the truth of it is you're not kind. You don't really want to see the elevation of our people. You don't really want to work hard for that. So it's like I see, because I get what y'all are saying, because like I said, but to me, I'm with Umi. Did I pronounce that right? Ami? I'm sorry.
Omi.
Omi?
You're good.
Okay, like I'm with you because if there are good racists in the world, good white people, period, my thing is they don't matter. They don't matter because the systems of oppression can operate without any people even being here. The system can go through and statistically decide if you should have better treatment, which is why in the hospitals, if they change your chart to being a white T woman, in theoretically, you would have better treatment even if you weren't. Like, without us even in the system, it would still operate as a form of oppression. It will still systematically divert us from any form of elevation. That's like, still, like, let's say you don't have any of these things, and let's say we just still have the laws and everything else. Let's say that the white tea people aren't here to institute it. Based on how still things are, we would still be in the prisons. We would still be getting unalived. We would still be unaliving each other because we're living in poverty. We don't have the ability to elevate, and we're living in survival mode. Like, nothing would change. It would still be the same. So, and I'm like, people don't even see that. They think when you say, oh, it's the people, it's the structure, bro, it would still be racist, even if the people weren't in it, because of the words and the syntax they have used to keep us down, like in the laws. Like, it still wouldn't change. That's why it's just,
Okay, that's just like a system that's operating without workers. Okay, so how or who arrests a black person or pulls a person over? Like,
We gotta guess, y'all.
okay.
What's going on? Not too much on me. Appreciate y'all tapping like and donating to Bring Down Babylon. I got $50. Shout out to y'all, man, for supporting our nonprofit. We're building a nonprofit, y'all. We have a goal of $1,000. So just keep on sending more to this Cash App Bring Down Babylon, and I will be announcing as the amount goes up and when we are going to go ahead and file the paperwork that we need to build more with our people. That's what we're doing. Happy Kwanzaa to everybody. We're on day 3. Ujima. Ujima means now I forget. Work. It means collective work and responsibility. Ujima, collective work and responsibility. Yesterday we had Kuji Jakulia, and that was self-determination, as Brother Malcolm taught us, El Haj Malik El Shabazz. And then before that, on the first day, we have Umoja, which means unity. If we're not unifying our people, then we ain't doing nothing at all. All right, y'all. I'm going to go to the next guest. Simply Dawn, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Yes, I am a female. I am 52 years old. I am married to a black man. I have 3 white children, 5 black children. I've been looking at what's listed on here about like interracial relationships being harmful to the black community. So of course I'm going to have a different opinion
I
because
doubt that.
I'm sorry.
I doubt it's different.
I feel like first of all, let me say this. I do not think that it is a fetish. I think that it could be a fetish for some people, and maybe because they look toward that fetish, end up finding out and falling in love with someone who may be darker complected than they are, have more melanin in their skin. I don't really see us as being that different except for the cultural differences and Um, and we embrace each other's cultural differences. So, and the children, all 8 children and 9 grandchildren, get to see both sides of this relationship. They see the love of the relationship. They see that we are all teaching each other. So, it's hard for me to look at things and think, why can't everybody, who is in a interracial relationship, doing just as well as we are? It's been my experience in other people, because of course I am drawn toward interracial couples because I'm proud of them. I think that they're doing what they need to do to experience each other's lives and make the best of that. They tend to get along better. There's very less arguing. The kids all see us loving each other rather than fighting with each other all the time. But again, I'm looking at all the little things that are written on here about the racial preference being a fetish, and the non-black people being pro-black. I guess I don't really understand what you mean when you say that.
Do you feel like you're pro-black?
I feel like I'm pro people. I guess it would depend on, like I said, your definition of pro black. I mean, if you come into my business that I own, the only white person in my business is me. So all of the people who work there are black.
But you own it, right?
I own the salon.
You
They are.
so you all right? So hold on. So you own the business,
Mm-hmm.
and you're the only white person there,
Yes.
and everybody else that work for you is black.
Okay. They don't work for me. They are independent contractors. It is
Do
a
they own? Do they own the business?
They own their own independent contracting business, so they rent a
They
spot.
still paying you.
They pay me for they pay me for the room that
So
they.
you a sharecropper?
See, I
Yeah,
think
she renting them.
That's
She
Hey,
renting
sharecropping.
them.
That's
call it
literally
what it
sharecropping.
is. Yeah, that
anyone
is
can rent.
sharecropping, but in the salon. Yeah.
Anyway, anybody can work in the salon.
Anyone can work in the field too, Karen.
If you are an independent contractor and you want to work in a salon, you pay your own part to have a piece of that salon.
But you own the salon, so
And
they
I
paying
own the
you.
salon.
and see, that could never be pro-black because no matter how much they pay you, they will never own anything. They will never build
They
generational
are
wealth.
independent contractors. They
I
own
know how
their own
independent contracting works.
business.
I'm very literate. But
Yeah.
they will never own that salon, no matter how hard they work, how long they work, how much they make,
Oh,
because
they
they're
could
renting
own the
from you.
salon. They are more than welcome to buy it from me. And many of them have owned their own
Right.
salons before, and they did not like how it worked out, so they came to work for
Can
another.
I ask you a question, simply, Dawn?
Uh-huh.
I'm just wondering, why is it all black people?
We've had many different people in there. It didn't matter whether they were
Okay,
black or
so
white.
then
It's
why
just
did
at
you have to
this point
hold
in
on?
time.
Then why did you even have to reference that they were all black? The level of tokenization wasn't even necessary.
I still want to go back to the first of all, hold on. You said that they own a piece. They cannot take that cubicle with them when they done renting. So they don't
Right.
own that. They just renting it. But also, you said that
They have their own name for their own businesses, and they are an independent
yeah,
contractor.
but
Each
you
one of
just
them
said they'll
owns their
own a
own business.
part of the salon,
They
like paying
just
it. No, they
need
So
don't.
to rent a
that is
spot
not real estate
in
though.
my
That is
salon.
intellectual property.
Well,
We
hold
talking
on.
real estate here. Where the real estate at? Because unless it's real property, so real property is a classification of real estate. It means you own a physical building on land. Unless it's real property, they're
I
not
lease
building
the building.
generational wealth.
I lease the building from someone
I
who
know how
owns.
that works. Yeah. I'm saying that's not generational wealth. It's not pro black. It doesn't matter how many black women you tokenize, it's not pro black.
I also don't like the fact that how you just tried to say interracial relationships are better, but the fact that when you see them, you have to applaud them because none of them actually work out. You have to applaud the ones and be proud of the ones that do because they ain't working out. We got so many examples of ones that didn't work out on the board back there. And then also too, I just want you to tell me, what does that black man give you that a white man can't? The skin tone?
It has absolutely nothing to do with that. It
But
has
what does that
how
man
he's
do that
connected.
another white man couldn't? Tell me. Like, I'm trying to figure it out. They
Absolutely
can do the
nothing.
same thing, right?
I've been married to a white man. I wasn't in
Okay.
love with him. When I got divorced and I
Hold
met
on,
my
listen.
husband, I
You
fell in
realize
love with
love
my
is
husband.
not a real thing. That is a European ideology that y'all have crafted. Marriage used to be a business contract. It's never about love. So love is something that they came up with, and you still have the choice of who you love, if you put it that way. You chose to go out on dates with this man. You chose to have intercourse with him and produce children that, obviously you're saying they getting the best of both worlds, but when they step outside of the house, they getting the worst of a world that they look like the reality.
And we talk about that. We're very open and
What is
honest about
talking doing about it? Are you dismantling these systems by just talking about them? I mean, I'm coming to you as a black biracial child, ma. So my mom was white too, right? And I'll tell you right now, as much as you think they not problematic, but half of my family was in the good old Klan. Like, you can't tell me it ain't problematic. I mean, you might love your kids and your husband might love your kids, but I'm just trying to think, what is your family saying outside of that? Or do you not talk to them? Because a lot of people
No,
disown
I
their
do,
family.
and they're very close, and they're close to my husband. And this is not something that's unnatural for my family. I have other
So
cousins who are married to black men,
that still
and
don't make it right. You
Wow.
think that you can tokenize them because your family married to black people, then you get them right? Like, that's
The
still, I
goal,
don't think you even understand.
But
the
so
the
there's
purpose, the purpose of frosted females in the white supremacist construct is to disarm us when we talk about race. They disarm us by pretending that it doesn't exist, pretending that it's not a problem, being pro people. You know, we're all human.
What?
Love is love. That's what they do. That's what they did to Jonathan Majors. And currently, oh no, I don't got them up here. Oh, behind here, Heidi Klum. The goal is, I'm different than the rest of them. You can trust me. I'll prove to you that we're not all like that. And
Here,
it just dilutes the conversation because y'all are like the left hand right hand combo with white T men. They do the dirt, and their mothers come and tell us that it's not real.
And you know, I don't want to throw a bunch of points at Simply that
Hold
she
on,
can
y'all. Can
respond
y'all let
to.
Swan get in? Cause she been trying
yes,
to.
yeah,
Yeah,
there's
Swan.
something important that needs to be addressed. Dawn, I went and checked your page. The second video you have, a black woman who is pregnant, laying on a table with her legs wide open, showing that you are doing some sort of steam. And on your wall in the background posted, it says wax gangsta. What is that about?
that is something that my clients came up with for whenever they are getting a complete Brazilian wax and they get through it without complaining or fussing or anything like that. Like no pain.
No pain.
That
Wow.
they gangstered
Wow.
through it.
Yeah. Hold on, Don. Hold on a
Yo,
minute.
that's great.
Do y'all see all of the similarities here? She owns a business. She has a non-black staff working for her. She's got a black woman laying on a table with her legs wide open, almost naked, talking about you made it through with no pain. With no pain, with no fussing. How insane is that? Then she has the audacity to get up here on this panel and make it seem as if, oh, well, this relationship is better because the kids don't argue and this, that, and the third, pulling out all these microaggressions left and right. And I like, do y'all see what I
I'm
see?
literally nauseous. That's really.
So am I. I'm traumatized by seeing that video up there.
So
She has no clue what we're talking about. She's not even going to do any research after we have this discussion to even find out what we're talking about because she's sleeping with
Actually,
a
you
black
don't know
man.
me like that, so you don't know.
No,
I
no,
actually am
we
sitting here
know
trying to
everything
figure out
about
what the problem
everything that
is.
we need to know
This is
about
a
you, Dawn.
client
No.
of mine having
Yeah,
a service
right.
of mine.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
So the real audacity is that I am black, okay? I there's things I simply would not do or put in the writing for an advertisement for my business because of how tone deaf it looks coming out my pale face. So why the hell is a whole ass YT woman up here so totally oblivious to how tone deaf her behavior is? That like
I came on here and was literally listening to you guys trying to learn.
I know, but
My
learning starts with
listening.
listening and reflecting. And if you're not ready to do that, you're not ready to learn nothing. And I'm just, like everything you have done, I don't know if you're willfully ignorant or you just really need to look hard at your actions and be accountable. Because again, and this is what I was talking about earlier, the difference between covert racism and explicit racism. Like you're participating in covert racism. It's not in your face. It's not obvious all the time. It's obvious to us because we're well educated and we've been around the block, but it's not obvious to everybody. And that's what's more dangerous about it. And you really got to be accountable for that. Like when you're talking about being pro people, how can you be pro people if you're not even acknowledging the people you're pro? Like that don't make no sense. You're so afraid to say that you're pro black, that you're pro indigenous, that you're pro Asian, like name the people that you're supposedly, supporting. Like acknowledge our humanity. I mean, like how can you be pro people if you're too afraid to look us in the face and tell us that I got you? Like that's what's so weird to me. I mean, like
What makes you
it's
think
called
that I don't
colorblind
say that on a
racism.
daily basis?
The fact that your first comment was I'm not pro black, I'm pro people says it all. You sound like my YT grandmother whose name is literally Karen, and I had to break down to her what colorblind racism is. So when you want to erase our culture, erase our color, and say we all bleed red, and you want to talk all of this, you erase what makes us unique and beautiful, and you erase what plight that we've had to put up with. You erase all of that. So you're not really for us at all if you can't even look at us.
Okay.
But did you
I
really
think
think
you've
that
lost
wax
me with this
gangster?
completely because I do see you. I see the differences.
You
I
don't,
embrace
Don.
those
Stop.
differences.
No, you
Those
don't. Don,
differences are
okay.
what makes
Okay.
us
So
different.
Don, I have a question for you. What is the infant mortality rate for Black women?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What is the infant mortality rate for Black women?
I don't know that answer.
Do you know what the school to prison pipeline is?
No.
Do you know what redlining is?
No.
Do you know what Navy Federal just got called out for?
No.
Right.
Wow.
You don't see us. You don't give a damn about us. You don't see us. If you don't know what any of those things are, you have the audacity to get up on this panel and fix your lips to say that you see us and you empathize with us and you align yourself with us. Absolutely not. If you don't know what any of those things are, then you do not see us in any way, shape, or form.
So
I bet
I
you. I bet you. She
clicked
see
on
pumpkin
here and
spice latte.
started looking and searching
No,
and
Greasy.
listening. Someone else pulled me on here to talk.
Somebody else really
You
don't
chose.
help.
You
It,
didn't have to accept the invite, Dawn. You didn't have. You chose to come up here. You accepted the invite and you came up onto
yes,
this
I
panel.
got an invite and I chose the invite.
Fix your
So
mouth to
who in
talk to us as if you know who we are when you have no clue who we are. You have no
no, I'm
clue. You only know us in one way, and that is the way of massa. That's it. That's it.
I, I'm
Because that's how you're
curious though,
speaking
Black
to
No, wait,
us.
Star.
wait, wait.
Who
One mic, y'all,
who
please.
invited her?
Let me just say this. I don't care who invited her. This is funny. I just find this very interesting. Like she don't know nothing about the things that are still happening to black people and has black children. I am more mad at the black man that has paired himself with her and he didn't say anything. You have black daughters, ma'am?
Yes.
Wow. And grandkids.
Lord have
That's
mercy.
You see why I just said that
wild.
a minute ago?
Lord.
I said them kids is messed up from the toe up, from the flow up. She don't even know
Oh
that.
my
But she,
They're
you hold
goodness.
in.
on, Don. You'll start realizing it because that inner turmoil that they may not have gotten quite upon yet in the real world, it's gonna get to them. I'm gonna tell you right now, as a black biracial daughter, it's gonna get to them, and then it's gonna get to you, and then you'll see
So the
exactly
children are
how I
not
feel.
biracial. 5 of the children are
You
black.
said you. So
3
what?
of the children are white.
Are they his kids?
He has 5 children. I have
Oh, okay,
3.
good. Y'all don't
Oh,
have any kids.
y'all like the chocolate vanilla Brady bunch.
Yes, we
Okay.
share the children equally.
I
They
see
are
what's
with
going on.
us at just as much time as they are with
I
their
feel
biological
I
mother.
feel even worse for you now.
Yeah,
Lord
it's
have
even
Now
mercy.
terrible.
because
Even
because
terrible.
now they're gonna have their black mother in their ear. Yeah, so it's just let the Lord work on her. You know what I'm saying? She
Right.
got
You really thought Wax Gangster was a good sign to put up. What the hell is wrong with you?
that's
You
With
could
the
have Googled
with the
gangster,
black
bro. Just even
with
think
the
about that
black
word.
That's
Right.
like
With the
so earlier I was talking about the problematic YT people, the snow roaches at my job that and they were trying to come up with a catchy term for teens for homework hour. And the two white YT dudes that are my employees, they really wanted to call it "We Be Bookin'." And I was like, how about no? Like let's how about no and let's say we did. Like what about that? And and they were like, "What's wrong with it?" I'm like, "Child, I don't have the time or the energy to break down what was wrong with that, but let's just not." But
it
they
ain't even
really kept
catchy.
pressing this issue. I mean, to the point where they went to my boss and my boss's boss above me asking for this and, like, went above my head to really try to get this. I tried to break it down to them why it was problematic and what VE is, and they still weren't really getting it. Well, at that point, it was willful ignorance, which is really the problem. But my whole point of that was that, like, she's so tone deaf. She either is totally ignorant, which it sounds like that is the case because she didn't know about any of the issues that impact the black community, or she's willfully ignorant. In that case, she knows these issues, but she chooses to speak in a totally illiterate way on these issues. And then like just bridging really quick to your husband, why that's scary. It just like simply, I would just say you need to look up what misogynoir is and how what your husband is doing is impacting black women in our community, because that's all I got to say to that, really.
Well, that was a vanilla cone. We're gonna go ahead and go to someone else. Let someone else have a chance to speak. Um, Shout out to the sisters, man. Much love to my sisters. It is Kwanzaa. Y'all didn't send them panther paws through, so I guess y'all like it. But I was triggered. I was triggered. That's crazy. Let's go to the next guest. Pooh, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Yes, I'm 24. I'm black. Um, pronouns they, she.
All right, talk to us, sister.
So for the first question, are interracial relationships harmful to the black community? Absolutely. I don't believe in swirls. I think it's very problematic. And I don't even understand how a black person can benefit from an interracial relationship, but the white person is benefiting from that interracial relationship. Is racial preference a fetish? It absolutely is, and it's very weird. Can non-black people be pro-black? I don't think so. I think that they can have pro-black rhetoric, but to be pro-black, I think you have to be pro-black all the way, and I don't think that non-black people have the capability to be pro-black all the way. So I'm gonna say no. Can black and white culture peacefully coexist? No. I think white people's existence has been surrounded around anti-blackness and the exploitation of black people, because we tried that separate but equal, and you saw how they were still very violent. So no, I don't think black and white people can peacefully coexist.
Got A. All
Hey,
right.
she got that. Hey. All right. All right.
I find it interesting in these conversations that a person can commit their lives to someone and not know what's happening to his mother or his daughters or his sisters. It's such an interesting dynamic. And that's why I said I'm not even bothered by her. That's why I really didn't say too much. And I just had a few questions because it's that black man is way out of line. And to me, when black men get with women like this, they are trying to get away from their blackness. That's why they don't mention any of the horrors that are still happening to black people, particularly when we focus, even if we mainly focus on black children. and what they're experiencing in these school systems, or how they're being judged or penalized by their hair, or literally how these children are being pushed back and our history is being erased. They're taking the books out of these schools, or how our children are targeted, just like black men when they get pulled over by police, or our communities are being over policed. These kids are watched like hawks in these classrooms by 80% of the population being white teachers that are women. So it's this interesting dynamic that it's okay to lay down with this black man. It's just not okay to educate myself about anything that is actually going on with the community that he stands in front of. Because one thing about some brothers, they want to be so disconnected, they don't even speak or educate the people that they quote unquote love and dedicate their lives to about the reality that they face. Like he
Who
can say
disconnected them?
the line that he attached
You
himself
see what
to.
I'm saying? Like, I hear you. I hear you on a personal level, on an individual level. We gotta hold those brothers responsible for their own safety. You know what I'm saying? Nobody else gonna protect you but you. But it's like they walk. It's like they walk into a mousetrap and start nibbling on the cheese. And it's like if that mouse do get clapped, it was the responsibility of that mouse to not eat cheese in the middle of a trap. However, the person that set the trap is also responsible. And so, the person that set the trap is the aggressor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
So,
was gonna say she don't even realize she got a certain type of black man, and again, he can become dangerous, almost like not only is he in proximity to the danger, but he's also a danger to us. And it's like you don't have a brother. Like I don't know what his name is, but whoever he is, he must be like a Carlton because
Carlton,
like there's
I'm about
no
to say
way
that.
you got a Carlton, not a brother. Cause that I mean for real, even today, he's
Mhm.
he the same way. He got a white tea woman too. He don't
Yeah, he
have
do.
a
I
black
just
woman.
found that out.
So you have
Mm,
a Carlton. Like that's what I'm saying. Like
mm.
it's she don't even realize the type of she want somebody like Brother Legend, but she getting somebody like Brother Carlton.
Oh, I'm about
Like
to
for
say, yeah.
real. No,
Yeah,
Hey,
but they go after men. Like they try. This is the thing too. They always think they the center of attention. They will go into a room of black men and think that they have took all of those men's gazes away from them sisters. I be like,
mm.
what's wrong with you, YT woman? Like they really do think that, and they think somebody like you would still want them. I'm sure you've had women come in your face the same way.
Oh yeah,
Like
yeah.
so, you
I
see
would,
exactly what I mean.
I've had him walk right up and just start touching, just start grabbing my arms, like just like feeling my chest and stuff like that. Like, why are you
That's just
touching me?
like that NFL. I think there was a quarterback when that video and that girl still kept trying to get his attention, even in front of his family, even in front of his girlfriend, and she being disrespectful, touching this man.
Hmm.
Everybody's about, oh, it's just a game. Oh, it's just stop excusing people. First of all, it doesn't matter if he's famous, whatever. Like he said, stop touching him. You still touching him. He talking
Hmm.
to his wife, his mother, his grandmother. Think about how disrespectful that is to think you're entitled. Let me
Smelling like.
come over here. Come over here. Like he don't want you. He
Hmm.
don't.
Uh, smelling like the back of stamps. All right, y'all. We're gonna go to the next guest. Crow cousin, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Hey man, pronouns. I'm a man. I don't do the pronoun thing. I'm sorry. I'm
You don't want
52.
to be called a he.
That's a definite. Yeah, man. Yeah.
All right, all right. And give us your age and race, please.
52, and I'm white.
All right. What brings you up?
I seen the. I was just scrolling through and I seen are interracial relationships harmful to the black community?
Hmm.
How could they be? If
Well,
they if they bridge this divide that our government has been pushing for generations, that both sides of the aisle's been pushing, that both sides of our community leaders have been pushing. If it breaches that and brings us closer together, tries to find some unity, how's that bad?
Oh, can you name me one situation in history where black people and white people came together and got the benefit of that combination?
Just because something hasn't happened, does that
No.
mean it's not going to happen?
So you agree that it hasn't happened, Crow?
What part of when I said just because something hasn't happened? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so if it hasn't happened, why do you think we would promote interracial relationships quickly?
I'm married to a black woman.
That's not what I asked you, Crow.
Well, that answers my question because I asked him what brought him up.
I'm trying to tell you, know why?
Bruh, I just heard Dr. Umar. Are you of mixed race? Are you a bunny hopper?
I own a
Oh,
black woman.
hold on. Yeah, look. Bro, hold on. No. Oh, wait. What's
Oh,
the inverse of that? What's the inverse? He's not a bunny hopper. What is he?
A
Honey
owner.
bun hopper.
He's an owner.
The
He's
owner.
an
No,
owner.
Oh, that's even worse.
that's
You right.
that's
Damn.
that's
He's an
really crazy.
overseer. In the midst of
Yeah.
the conversation, I found it interesting that you said it comes from both sides. So when we talk about education, where Black children are affected by the education, we talk about the medical field, where Black women are unalived at a 3 to 6 time higher rate than any other race. When we talk about the prison, when we talk about the arrest, when we talk about our communities being over policed, when we talk about our children being over policed, especially when it comes to their bodies or their hair. How exactly are Black people doing this to YT people? You said both sides.
I said it was being pushed.
What
The
what are Black people
divide is
pushing?
being pushed by both
Sir,
sides.
we just
No,
want y'all to
he
leave
said
us
by
the hell
both
alone.
aisles.
We
At a
just want y'all to leave us
supermarket.
alone. See,
Aisles, you know, like
even
both sides of the
wait it.
aisles.
Okay,
Sorry, you know, it went above your
Crow.
head.
Listen. No, it went above that hat you got on. Don't try me, bastard. We know you carrying them cave nuts and you got that damn sweet pickle. I need you to listen to what I'm saying. Now, how are Black
See, this is
people
the stuff. This is the shit that makes me, you know,
This
I just
is
get
the
a
shit
kick.
oh, he
I
cursing now. Look,
mentioned.
you done made him
See,
act unchristian.
the racial issue, the
The
racial part
racial
that's
divide,
pushed
sir.
from both sides.
Yeah.
D.
I just want to ride my horse. I stepped in some cow shit.
Oh, listen,
Hey,
D,
I am a
stop.
rancher. Sorry about that.
Tail.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, yo. Right.
Okay. All right. So listen.
It's hellfire. You said right.
Hold on.
No, that's
I
where
don't know what
everybody's
y'all
going to
talking about.
be if we don't come together and start learning to love each other. That's
What, we
exactly
going to
what we're going to
Why?
see.
hellfire? No, baby. If it's a hell,
Hold
your
on,
ass will have a seat there, not me.
Crow cousin.
Yes, sir.
Why in the hell? What reason on earth would Black folks want to come together with YT folks? I need a reason. What reason would we have?
Okay, so y'all putting everybody, let me get this right. Every white person is on one side. That's what you're saying.
I ain't say nothing like that. I'm
But
asking why. I'm asking why. Because you saying that we all need to come together and hold hands. And I'm telling you, why on earth would my people want to do that?
well, once we get past the government aspect, because that's who's pushing this divide. That's the one that everybody wants to talk about, prisons and all the other stuff. It's not your citizens out here. This is our government. This is what everybody's voting for.
Is he serious? Because it's these teachers that I've had
Absolutely
issues
both.
with.
It's both.
Talking like this because he wants to alleviate himself of the truth of his reality. He's trying to get away from the fact that he's, an yeehaw.
What? Because I'm white?
Yeah. Nah, I done heard
I
like
don't
3 different
apologize for my race
fallacies,
to
bro.
nobody.
He
We
want to
know.
use a
And that,
straw man.
We know.
And I don't
He want
ask
to use
I
an
don't
ad
ask nobody else
hominem.
to apologize for their race.
but do you know
For
what do
what did
you
we
know
do to
what
y'all?
but wait, hold up everybody. Do you know, Crow Cousin, do you know what whiteness is?
Yeah, it's something that's it's nothing but a label.
But what does that label mean? Like when I read a label on a box of pasta, it tells me what it is. What does that label mean?
I don't know what it means to y'all.
No, to you, what does it mean to you? I'm curious to hear what it
What it
means to
means to
you.
me, it don't mean shit.
Okay.
Bruh,
So
bro is up
that's
here
Or to be
trolling,
white,
bruh.
See,
but you
I
don't know.
know my true background. I know where my people come from. And white,
Slavery.
no, no.
Yeah, owning slaves. That's where they
Owning
come from.
slaves, man. Nobody in
Hmm.
my line has ever owned slave.
Or they
Sorry.
work for somebody who did.
So did everybody else.
What? We were the
Um,
slaves. That's the difference. We were the slaves.
Hold on, wait a minute,
yeah,
brother.
that's
Y'all
the
know who y'all
difference.
talking to, right?
So
This
you
is
see me to
Jim
tell me
Crow
no other
cousin.
races ever owned slaves? Oh, that's a bunch of bull
Bro,
right
this is
there. Now.
Jim
Come
Crow
on.
cousin, bro. His
It
name
is
is
Jim
Crow
Crow's
cousin.
Oh,
cousin.
This is Jim Crow's cousin we talking to, y'all. He not gonna get further than Uncle Ruckus. I'm sorry.
His
Y'all know
name's
who we talking
Racist
to.
Raven. It's Jim
Look.
Crow's cousin. It's Racist Raven. And he's
Racist,
calling
right?
right now.
So
I
I'm racist now.
You're
Well,
inherently
You were
you
racist.
said
racist.
it, not me. I mean,
The
he
Inherently
said it.
more
You
racist.
the
claim
more
Inherently
whiteness,
equal
but
racist.
you don't
odds
even know what
in
that
this world.
Hold
means.
on, hold
That
on.
is
Brother
sad.
trying to talk. Brother trying to talk.
Man, that's sad.
You don't think you're racist?
I know I'm not racist.
Prove it.
How am I supposed to prove that? It's my word against anybody else's, man. That's the
What
stupidest
have you done
argument
to
in the world.
dismantle racism?
He
How
eats
to
black
dismantle it?
vagina. That's what he does.
Mm-hmm.
I already said how to dismantle it. First, you got to get rid of the government and come together as a people, because the government's the one that's perpetuating this.
Who do you think created the
Oh,
government?
stop, y'all. Brother, speak again.
Well, I don't think I can hear
I
him.
think his mic went out.
Yeah, it went dead. Yep.
So
No,
this is
we can't hear
the
you.
thing. When we talking
Y'all can't
about
hear me?
racism,
We can
there
hear
you
you now.
go. There you go.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Okay. All right. So
There you go.
Racism. What do you think racism is, Crow cousin?
Racism right now, to me, just looking around with all the opportunities that everybody has, I think it's a crutch more than anything else. Yeah.
What is racism? Give an example of racism.
Thinking that you're better than somebody else just because of the color of their skin.
Who does that?
Everybody.
That's amazing. You know what's interesting about everybody being racist? That only one group of people benefit from it.
Mm.
That part.
So it's amazing that everybody can be racist, but it was created over 450 years ago by white people to benefit by white people to profit off of black people. And yet in
Oh man.
2023, now all of a sudden I can wield the power that was created to be used against
450
me.
years ago. Wait a minute. The Roman Empire was around before then.
What?
Yeah, the
We can
Roman
step
Empire
back.
didn't
We
create
can step
racism.
Roman
back to
Empire.
the Canaanites.
Oh, you
Guess
You
got a
can
what?
look
Zion
the
throughout
answer.
history.
Canaanites.
So you
Every
back,
race
brother?
of people.
The Canaanites weren't raised. All right, hold on. All right, if you want to get into history, you on the right live. You on the right live. World history, geopolitics of the ancient world. We can talk about that all day. The Canaanites and the descendants of Moses. You want to talk about that? They were all African people.
You don't.
So that was not racism. That is not the
Hold on,
same
hold on.
thing.
I'm going to give you the land of milk and honey, but you just have to go in there and murder everybody there.
All right, don't say that word again. And the M word, don't say that word on the live.
Okay.
You're on TikTok. But
Yeah, I
yeah,
forgot.
that's why Europeans love that book so much, because it makes them feel like they can do that, because they've done that. They've done that. Black people didn't do that with
What?
our racism. We didn't do that. No.
Every race has went
Okay,
to a
when did we do
spot
that?
and taken it over.
Name one country outside of Africa that has an African name.
Quickly.
We're waiting.
Okay. Never mind, man. This is
Name
About
one
Africa's
country
original name.
outside of Africa
Not never
that
mind.
speaks an African language, or a people that speak an African tongue.
So you're saying the tribes of Africa has never went to another area and took over that tribe
Listen to me close.
and killed the people there.
Listen to me. Never. It's never happened.
Oh man.
So can you
Oh.
name any country in Europe or Asia or in the Americas that have been conquered or colonized by people from the continent of Africa? Can you name any?
No, I can't.
Because they don't exist. And
I
why do you
know.
think they don't exist?
Because y'all never came over and did it.
Oh, so again, back to your point that you made, are you denying the comment you made that everybody's done it, because you just said they didn't?
No, I'm definitely not denying that. I said it, and I believe that because every race,
Believe it, but you
every
believe there's
people,
zero
every
evidence to support
nomadic
your
tribe
claim.
has moved from one spot to another and unearthed the people that was there and taken land.
No,
Nobody was.
that's not true. So all Europeans descend from us. So the first Europeans, the people of the Mediterranean and north that came from Africa. The Quay people were the people who created you, and then y'all decided to inbreed and have babies with Homo
Yeah.
neanderthalis, right? And then that created what is now known as the European, okay? But the Quay people, they're a nomadic people, were a very peaceful people. They didn't start unaliving other people and colonizing people. They were nomadic. They were foragers. That's it. The difference between an Anglo-Saxon and a Quay person is an Anglo-Saxon will enslave you or make you an indentured servant, unalive your family, and build a castle where they lived. I don't see any Quay people doing that.
Okay. All
Oh,
right.
Yeah,
where's
the
your
only
history
time
now? I
we,
thought you were a history professor, Crow cousin. Where
you,
your history at?
you know, he not. The only time that in our continent that we have ever been incited to a level of violence, such as your forefathers, is when it's incited by the same people. Like the colonization of our continent has led to us fighting each other. But again, guess whose hands were in that? It wasn't us. Like we weren't
The
doing that.
Arabs attacked.
No,
Arabs
oh
didn't
Lord,
say
Went to
that.
Africa first and
that's
started
not
to
even a
come on
proper
now.
term. But like
Right.
even that. Oh brother, we can't hear you. Brother, we can't hear you.
Well,
Those people you just mentioned, West Asian people, are just white people that pray to a different god.
right.
So
Arabs are white people
Well,
who
wait a
of a
minute.
different
Last I
ethnicity.
heard, everybody's claiming Egyptians and all of them were black. These are Arabs right there at the same area.
Arabs aren't Egyptian.
Oh
So
Lord.
that's why they have Saudi Arabia on the other
Hmm.
side of the Red
Persia.
Sea. And yeah, I mean, like, and then the people of Iraq and Iran are Persian. The
Hmm.
Arabs are from Saudi Arabia. Both of those people are racially white, but of our different ethnicities. So,
Yeah.
like, do you know what your ethnicity is, Crow
Yes,
cousin?
I do. I'm Icelandic.
You're Icelandic. So, and the Icelandic people, well, so the colonizers of Iceland, so the people of Iceland really are Inuit or Inuk people. The colonizers were Nordic peoples, okay?
Yeah.
And those are the same people who colonized and became the Anglo-Saxons of the British Isles, right? The
Well, you have
so
Anglos and you have Saxons. Yes.
yeah, and then you have Anglo-Normans, Anglo-Saxons that came to
Hmm.
the British Isles and then colonized my father's family's people. But anyways, my point is that your ethnicity, just because a person is Arab doesn't take away from their whiteness. Just like your ethnicity as an Icelandic person doesn't take away from your whiteness. So again, the people who colonized Africa were who? Racially? They
and
were
understand the difference between
Yeah.
colonization and invasion. Understand the difference between that. Colonization, when you go somewhere, you subjugate people to a system that benefits your country, and then you go back to your country and just reap the rewards. So that's a little bit different than just invasion. Someone brought up that Spain was invaded by Moors. However, Spain was not colonized by black people. First of all, Moors, if you went back in time, would never identify themselves as black people because race had not been invented by Europeans yet. Second of all, they created a civilization in Spain, much different than colonizing. There was a civilization
Okay.
that
So if they bring technology or a better life, no matter how many people they kill to do it, that you're saying that's okay.
you gotta stop saying the unalive words. Erder and ill
Dylan.
need to
Okay. Okay. I
stop.
understand that, but
Okay,
that the question.
I'm not finished yet because the last point is going to debunk what you just said. The Moors were an ethnicity, not a race. So they were not all African and they were not all black.
True. True.
So, and then on top of that, the Erder and all that other stuff that you're talking about was nowhere near what happened to Africa to this day. Since 1996, over 6 million Africans have been unalive to make the device you're holding in your hand right now. So
I
we're
think
talking about
everybody's
since the
holding one.
90s. We're not talking about ancient history here. And then we're talking about Walmart, McDonald's, and other corporations that benefit from the oppression of black men in incarceration today. Millions of them, 3.5 million. So, that being the case,
How do they benefit from it?
how does who benefit from it?
How does Walmart benefit from
Their
a black man being locked up?
their entire economic um their whole economic system that they are allowed to operate from is based on slavery and child labor. I mean, how
Okay,
do they
back to
not
how
benefit?
does Walmart benefit from
All
a
right, hold
black
on. Let
man
me
being
let me
locked up?
explain it. So, when you go to Walmart, you see a lot of shelves. Those shelves are built in prisons. You go to Walmart, you see uniforms. Those uniforms are made in prisons for pennies an hour. They get paid maybe 3 cents an hour,
Well, I know
10 cents
exactly how
an
much they
hour.
get paid in prison. I served time. That's why
Okay.
I asked this question. How are they benefiting when it's a
Anything
state-run
anything that you see,
agency
anything that you
that's
see,
benefiting from it, not Walmart?
anything anything that you see that says Sam's Club and store brand from Walmart is made in prison. The bottles that they put their cranberry juice in, all of what they make and manufacture, and then the people that you go to Walmart and you see who's working there, it's a bunch of black folks getting next to minimum wage, if not minimum wage, to work there. And so again, it's
Exploitation.
exploitation of a people that did not choose to come to this country for opportunity, but
No,
were
but
born
there,
in this
if
country.
you're being exploited here in the United States, it's because you're letting yourself be exploited.
Oh no, no, no.
Your
If you're a victim,
community
you're
So
letting
why
yourself be a
and your
victim.
parents have
Stop.
I'm
decided
actually
not
glad
to
he
do
came up
anything about
because
having any kind of wealth to pass on.
hold
You
up.
I'm
realize
actually
that
hold on, y'all, hold
generational
on, hold
wealth
on.
We're
is
I'm
not
just the
doing
actually
that.
glad.
accumulation
He
of
just
poverty
Stop.
victim
Let
and
blamed
brother
our.
oppression?
talk. Let
Oh yeah,
brother
yeah.
talk.
He
I'm
said that
glad.
our
I'm,
parents chose oppression
Talk.
for us
Let
by not
brother.
passing
Let
generational
on
wealth.
me. Let brother talk.
Okay,
three more, y'all. I'm glad he
sorry,
came
that
up
comment got me
because
heated.
yeah, I no, I understand. Listen, um, don't get heated. You know what I'm saying? We gotta expect what we know. You know what I'm saying? But also, um, I'm
So
glad he came
the
up
reason I'm not trying to cut
because
you off, but the reason I said that
the
is
sister. Hold on, you are cutting me off. The sister that he's with, just shows that it's on the sisters too. You know, black men, we
well,
ain't taking this L. It's like, nah, let me stop. Let me stop. All right, I'm being petty. All
yeah,
right, I'm definitely being petty, but go ahead, Crow cousin. What other racist thing do you have to say?
racist thing. Okay, man. We live in a society today where if you want to do something, you can. There's nobody holding you back. Nobody. If you have the mentality to go forward instead of hang on to where you're at, then you can go forward. Everybody can.
Then why'd you bring up generation?
You broke up. What'd you say?
Then why did you just bring up generational wealth?
Because generational wealth can be done. Man, if you have parents and they were able to buy property, that's considered
All
generational
right,
wealth once it's
hold
Nigga,
passed
on,
we
down.
were
hold
property.
on, hold on, y'all. I'm about to go
Right?
down.
Over 100
Hold
years
on,
ago. Now stop.
We're still property now in the
y'all.
prison
Listen,
system.
listen. Y'all two biracial brothers and sister, y'all need to stop empathizing because y'all trying to fix it because y'all still have a little faith. I'm trying to.
I'm not trying to fix
Yeah,
that. Homeboy lost.
I know, right? That's what I'm saying. So
Homeboy
it ain't nothing
lost.
to
That's
argue
why I
about.
said, like, what are
No,
you
you're
talking
right. You're
about?
right,
Like,
legend. I
Let me
gotta.
tell
Hey
you.
man, I might be lost then, but I know
Listen,
one thing: my
bro,
children will
this is about
have
to go down a
wealth.
dark path.
bro, you're
This is about to
gone.
go down a dark path. If you say everyone, you said everyone can make it, everyone can pick themselves up, all of that, yeehaw, cockadoodle doo. So if that's the case, why do black people struggle in this country from shore to shore? What is the reason for our high mortality rate, What is the reason for our infant mortality rate? What is the reason for our incarceration rate? What is the reason for the disenfranchisement and unemployment that we see? What do you think those reasons are?
And without pulling statistics up, I'm not even going to speak on it. And I choose not to pull statistics up because they're going to be discounted anyway.
No. We're
So
going to stop
yeah, they
doing that
will, because 14% of the
we're going to.
population, drop that down to males, over, below half of that. So less than 7% of the population commit 52% of all violent crimes. No, come on. If you're not holding each other accountable, then you're being all right with what they do. If the community leaders are not holding the community accountable, then they're preaching for them to do the same stuff over and over again. If you see something that's making you fall, why push it on your next brother?
So, what do you think that we should do to fix that?
That's got to start at home, man. One, vote in people that change some of the laws first and foremost. All right, we're gonna go. I'm gonna go with the family assistance. Man, you can't have family assistance if the father's living there. They have destroyed the family unit. We've let that
Who
happen.
destroyed it?
The government has destroyed the family unit.
So wait, so you're saying that the government does destroy black families?
Destroy white families too, brother. It's not about this. The whole thing that everybody's missing, and this is what we're stuck on, is race. And it's not about race. It's about those who have, which are the government and those in power, against the ones that don't.
Okay, so what should we do to have?
Start voting on stuff that matter instead of some of this bullshit.
As the minority population, we should vote,
Yeah.
right? And you think we can actually, even if all of us voted for the same
You
thing,
mean to tell me that your
you think
votes,
we will get it?
your votes?
We're not even a big population of the United States. Do you realize that? We're
Okay.
not the majority, babe. We're not
All
there
right.
yet.
In
And
your
under a government
townships
that's
and
led by
stuff
white
like
men
that, you
is
are the majority.
No, we're not.
There's
We
certain places
cannot.
that you are. You can't tell me
Listen.
that
The
you're the
fact
you're
that
you're,
we,
you're the minority everywhere.
Y'all are
you
trying to convince him.
acknowledge,
I'm trying to tell you.
No, I'm not convinced. You acknowledge that
Y'all need
we're
to be
in
getting.
prison,
This is a
right?
pinata. Why is y'all trying to compromise with a pinata?
Like, oh no, this ain't even compromise.
I'm
He
trying
just
to show
like, hey, I knew
y'all
it was
how
Jim Crow
deep the
cousin.
rabbit hole
No, I'm
goes.
talking to Kay because she trying to explain. He ain't hearing her.
You
I
ain't
already
gonna
knew.
listen to
It's
him.
Jim Crow cousin, but at least I can say this to him. Maybe somebody out the 470 people listening will understand. But I
Okay.
just don't understand how he will say we can vote, and when you get a felony or if you're incarcerated, you can't even vote, and that's
Well, I know that.
majority of black people, and you know that they're in prisons. And then you said, how do they get to use the labor? You act like you don't know that prisons have been privatized, that they use penile labor and pay them nothing. Like, you were talking about Walmart. They make stuff for Walmart, but how about McDonald's? They are suing them right now in Alabama in a class action because they have brothers in the McDonald's working, making a 2 cent on the hour. I'm like, you don't even know, but you don't know that they do that, you married to a black woman, like that sister is lost. Where's she at? Is she in there, baby? If you can hear me, get out. Go get a teacup. Get
Right,
out.
please.
I think that's the scariest thing about it is that he's married to a black woman and can potentially have black children, and he really does have no sympathy or logic outside of his own white privilege. Like, that's so scary that somebody is
Y'all
subjected to that
scared? His
consistently.
Oh
kids gonna
man.
bring your reality back to him. Let me
Well, I
tell
know
y'all
one
something.
thing,
Hold on,
with
Crow. Hold
the
on. No,
sympathy and
be
all that
quiet.
stuff. I know
Be
one
quiet.
thing.
Be
My children
quiet.
will
Be
go to the
quiet.
best
It's
of
not your
schools.
turn. Be quiet. So one thing that y'all need to start paying attention to is it never fails. These people get on this app. I don't know what should I do. My child was called the N-word. How do I comb their hair? I don't understand. How do I prep my child? Let these motherfuckers. If that goofy black woman sitting over there letting this troll rule her. She letting her overseer rule her. Let her be ruled over there because that's just goofy. The fact that they attach themselves to black people, they tokenize them. They'll come up and say, "My wife's black, my husband's black," and don't understand none that happens to black people when they go on that table to deliver their children. Don't understand nothing that happens to black people when their children start driving, when their children are in school and they're being critiqued about their natural hair.
Let these people go. Let that goofy black woman over there look goofy, and let that goofy black man with that white woman was up here earlier look stupid. Like, they the ones that look dumb, but they
But
always come back asking questions. So just give them time.
But, Americans are short-sighted because they think love is love, integration's great. If you have mixed kids, you're undoing racism. And they act like Latin America don't exist because the whole idea of mestizaje is based in white supremacy, but it's not white purity that we have here. But their goal was to have mixed kids and basically erase us with every generation of mixed children. So they would want their mixed children to then have a child with a YT person. So eventually all of their kids look YT. They wanted to erase black and indigenous people. So like y'all who think like people like Crow Cousin and that other confused mayonnaise woman think that, oh, they're not racist, they have a black spouse. I'm like, no, they're doing the same damn thing. They're doing the same thing. And again, touching back on Brother Legend's topics, they'll never be pro-black because and talking about generational wealth, Crow Cousin, your children will never inherit your wealth because if they go back into the black community and they marry somebody in the black community, like maybe if they inherit anything from you, they can put it into that community. But historically, if your children were mixed, and their father was YT, they didn't inherit any wealth from you. They didn't inherit anything. They had no claim to that. So you're not helping your own children. And so, there's that. But then again, if they marry a YT person, then they're definitely not helping the black community, which a lot of the times these biracial kids out here like myself are very colorist, are very anti-black and xenophobic, and they hate themselves and they hate their own people, and so they end up going for other YT people. So they definitely aren't helping the black community. So like how is anything you're doing anti-racist if you are totally ignorant on why there's a lack of generational wealth, what redlining is, what misogyny, like if you don't know any of these issues that affect our community, you don't understand your own children. Like how are you going to be anti-racist? I don't understand that.
Also, generational wealth is also a weird flex because generational wealth is basically just the accumulation of oppression and poverty of a people to build yourself up. Because again, if you don't think that things like sharecropping, gerrymandering, redlining, those things didn't happen, like that propelled you to a state of generational wealth for your children. I don't want generational wealth. I want to go where I need to be at and have equity surrounding me because generational wealth still would not shield my people from the racism that is in store with that money. It actually would propel them to the height of where those people are actually the most racist because majority of us do not get to be in those rooms. We have not even accumulated enough wealth to carry on ourselves, let alone next generations. Like the median average household income is like less than $10,000
All
for
right,
the
can I
black
go back to
community.
my line of questioning, y'all?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so what do black leaders have to do to hold us accountable? Crow Cousin?
Hey, man. I'm just going to do this one right here. And I'm just going to jump off, man, because everything I've heard so far, I mean, I threw some stuff out there, and very right off the bat, it was discounted. And it was
I was trying
discounted.
not to do that, but you know what I'm saying? I understand where you're coming from. Just one last question then. If you had a button, right, that could peacefully disappear black men or black women, right? So it's two buttons. You got one that would peacefully make like they didn't even exist, like not unalive, not all gory and nasty, but just like they just never happened. Black men or black women, and you had to pick one. You had to pick one, to save the human race, the human species. Which one would you pick?
I wouldn't pick either one, brother.
You lying. You already put.
I wouldn't pick either
Pick the
one.
black woman. So you
You
already
have to.
answered that question.
You have to pick one.
I'm still not going to pick one, man.
So
Damn.
so
That goes against everything I believe.
so you wouldn't pick one. Okay.
No, I wouldn't.
So you say goodbye to your wife.
Yeah, I'd say goodbye to everybody.
Mm.
Well, not every,
See what they history.
Yeah, I mean that's just a way to
That life
not answer the
insurance
question.
policy you got on you.
That's a way to not answer the question. I've had three other white tea men answer the question. It's a question without judgment because I can't box you into a corner like that and then judge you afterwards. But I always get curious to hear which one, which side, what gender of black people that white tea men would prefer to have around.
yeah, it's
If it wasn't,
interesting.
if it wasn't you, but it was a vote of all the men, white tea men in your family and in your life, which one do you think they would pick?
Oh, my family already know because the majority of them, we already came to blows about me and my wife.
So you think that they would rather all, I'm talking about the men, not your family. I'm talking about the men. So you're telling me if white tea men that you know had to choose between there no longer being black men on earth or I'm sorry, black women on earth, they would choose to keep black men around?
Oh, I couldn't tell you that. They'd probably be fighting over which one hit which button.
Hmm.
Well, I think most so like this is just my take. I think that's a really interesting question, and I'm going to start asking people because
I
I'm
wish he
really
would answer
curious.
it genuinely, but he's
Yeah,
gonna say, no, they wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't choose. They wouldn't choose. We'd all just be fighting. Like you don't want to answer that question.
I'm
But
not
it's all
going
right.
to answer
like
it
you.
because
I think most
it's
of
a rhetorical question that has no bearing on anything. For
Well,
real,
I've had other guests answer the question.
what do most people answer?
I feel like he's being judged. Most of them
the
choose.
the
Most.
majority of them are probably going to say they're going to push the button to get rid of the black man.
All right. That's all. That's all you had to say. And we're not judging you for that answer. Many black men would press the same button. All right, y'all. Let's. We had another guest. What happened to her?
Yeah.
All
Hey
right.
man, no matter what, man, I hope all y'all have a blessed night.
All right, co-cousin. Bye
All
bye.
right. All right.
I
All
hope
right.
That was
I'm
good.
talking about Yahweh because He hasn't blessed nobody from my neck of the woods. But all right,
When they say that, they're what they're saying is there's a white T man in the sky watching
right,
over all of us. Don't ever forget that.
right.
Yeah. So, but yeah, the that last question is about patriarchy and how it operates. That last question is about patriarchy. Every white T man I've ever asked that question to on my live, I've never asked one off my live, but every time I ask that question on my live, um, I get the same answer. And he knew the answer. He just didn't want to answer. And when he answered at the end, that's the answer I always get. Is if the white T men, the people in charge of the country, they're in charge of the white T women too. When the people that created this whole system and benefit from this oppression worldwide, the most privileged people on the planet would directly choose to unallow the brothers because the sisters have an inherent value to them.
Mm-hmm.
So that is
And
a thing.
also, like,
Mhm.
it's interesting though because, well, like one side I see like they would pick to remove all black men because then they don't have to compete with nobody, right? But
Hey,
then on the other side, and also like if they have children with black women, some of their children will come out with all sorts of different phenotypes. But if there's no black men, eventually they're all going to be erased, just like the Portuguese tried to do in Brazil. But if you get rid of all black women, then there is an inherent like competition with black men, which I think is like the number one thing white people fear.
patriarchy, right? That's how
Yeah.
patriarchy operates. On
Yeah.
this king of the hill, only one person can be on top.
Yeah.
They don't see us as part of them, so we're another. So if you can't share the hill with another man, so you gotta knock us off. And yeah, that's part of it. So, all right, y'all. I gotta go to sleep. I got work in the morning. I appreciate y'all for welcoming me back after what it's been like 3-4 days since I've been on live. It's Kwanzaa. It's Kwanzaa, Ujima. Today is collective responsibility and work. And yeah, somebody needs to get blocked.
Right. Microaggression
Making
right
bad
away.
choices not work on me. I was not insecure ever in my life, to be honest. That's part of why I'm so proud. That's why I'm so proud of my people and where I come from. Go ahead. What's up?
D, were you saying something?
I was going to do the exit.
Okay.
Oh,
Everybody, don't forget to follow my Twitter. I just went viral actually while we were sitting here. I went viral on Twitter, but follow Twitter. You get all the kind of rhetoric that you get in this live on Twitter all the time. Twitter's going crazy. Listen, we're going crazy on Twitter. So,
really? I'll follow you on there. I'm not on there all the time, but sometimes
yeah,
I have people from TikTok who invite me to go on those panels. They're crazy on
yeah.
there,
I
though.
posted a video of Dr. Umar's lecture from last night. Me and my wife went to a Kwanzaa celebration, and he's speaking about Jonathan Majors. And the clip just went viral while we were sitting here. It speaks to what the live is about. But yeah, y'all go feel free to check that out.
And
And
Leisha Mod in the comments, she's reminding everybody to cleanse yourself from the filth of the YT people and the energy they bring.
yeah,
Brother Legend reminds me not to give my power away to nobody. And so thank you, Leisha, for that reminder. I'm definitely going to wash my ass after this live. But thank you so much for this
absolutely.
space, and thank you, D and Black Swan, for holding it down. Thank you, Leisha.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, mad love for you, Omi. Appreciate you coming up. Black Swan, D Diva, as
Yep.
always, my co-host, and lovely Rose Petals, Leisha, Kush House. I see you in here. All right, go ahead, D.
Can I get some tubs in the chat? Can I get some tubs in the chat? Holy Spirit, activate. We enjoyed you guys. You came in and showed up and showed out. We enjoyed the love. The fact that, can you tap up and let us exit with 150K? We would greatly appreciate it. Tap up, tap up, tap up. Give us 150 for the exit. You guys, I think it's extremely important that you understand. We need you to share some love. Tap the screen. And guess what? Next time, make sure that you subscribe. Subscribe to Brother Legends Live here on YouTube and follow on TikTok. But most importantly, add yourself on Discord, b1initiative.org. Make sure you're sending in a charitable donation as well. This is something you can write off on your taxes this year. As you can see, $ bring down Babylon on Cash App. You guys, every dollar counts. And at the end of the day, to all the non-Black people, I need you to hop in a tub before you hop in Black business. All right now, y'all have a good night.
All right, y'all. Peace, peace, and shout out to me, myself, and I. And I believe Stella was in here too, man. Shout out to SB for the gifts. Appreciate you. All right.